I want you to imagine for a moment that the entire universe is conspiring in your favor. That every delay, every redirection, every moment of uncertainty is not an obstacle, but a blessing cloaked in disguise. Imagine that there is not a single atom, not a single breath you take, not a single step you walk that isn't being orchestrated for your highest good. Imagine that behind the curtain of appearances, behind what your senses report to you, everything is working out perfectly for you, even if it doesn't look like it. I am here to tell you that this is not mere fantasy. This is law. This is the truth that governs your entire life, whether you recognize it or not. What you assume to be true, what you believe with conviction, becomes the life you live. You see, we are told, according to your faith, be it unto you. And faith is nothing but persistence in the assumption that something unseen is real. When you act as if everything always works out for you, you align with that law. You place yourself in harmony with the pattern of fulfillment. You walk, speak, and think from the end where the desired outcome has already happened. You do not ask how. You do not look for signs. You do not beg the universe. You simply dwell in the feeling of certainty, in the knowing that your reality bends to your assumption. There was once a woman who came to me, broken, defeated by life's apparent injustices. She said to me, "Neville, I have done everything. I have prayed, affirmed, visualized, but my life remains the same. What am I doing wrong?" And I said to her, "You are doing all these things from the standpoint of someone who lacks, who does not have, who hopes it will work out, but fears it may not. You must reverse it. You must act as if it has already worked out. You must feel the relief now. Live from the end." She began to take my words to heart. She stopped asking for change and began assuming the change had already occurred. She walked into rooms with a quiet confidence. She no longer waited for signs to believe. She believed first. And then the signs followed. The job came. The relationship improved. Her health transformed. But more than any of that, her inner world shifted. She lived in peace, in certainty, in power. You see, to act as if everything always works out for you is not arrogance. It is not delusion. It is the recognition of your divine inheritance. You are not some accidental product of chance. You are imagination itself. And imagination creates reality. Your world is your mirror. It reflects what you persistently assume to be true. What do you believe when things don't go your way? Do you spiral into fear? Do you assume failure? Or do you remember that appearances are only shadows cast by your inner light? I tell you, everything can change in an instant if you will. But assume it already has. You must feel the feeling of the wish fulfilled. You must enter the state of the solution, not the problem. I have said before, and I will say it again, man is all imagination, and God is within you as your own wonderful human imagination. When you imagine that everything is working out for you, and you feel it deeply, you are speaking the language of God. You are commanding the world to take shape in your favor, and it must obey. It must. Do not be swayed by the evidence of your senses. Your senses show you what has been, not what must be. The moment you accept a new idea and clothe it in feeling, you have planted the seed. Whether or not you see immediate results is irrelevant. The seed is growing, and if you persist in the assumption that everything always works out for you, that seed becomes a tree, and that tree bears fruit. It is easy to believe when everything looks favorable, but the true power is found when you believe in spite of appearances. When the world says no, but your inner world says yes. When the bank account is low, but you walk as one who is already abundant. When the relationship seems lost, but you live from the state where love is already restored. How does one live like this, you ask? You begin with imagination. You close your eyes and see not with the eyes of flesh, but with the eyes of spirit. You imagine what it would feel like if you knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that everything was working out. You let that feeling saturate your being, and you carry it with you into the waking world. That feeling is the prayer. That feeling is the key, for feeling is the secret. Think of a time when something seemed to go wrong, but later you realized it was the best thing that could have happened. Think of the jobs you didn't get, the people who left you, the delays that frustrated you. All of them, in hindsight, were not mistakes. They were stepping stones. They were divine redirections. What if you could trust that in every moment? What if you could live from that trust now? The truth is, you already are the person who has everything working out. You already exist in that state. All states exist. Creation is finished. Your task is not to make something happen, but to select the state you desire and dwell in it. You move from one state to another by assumption, by conviction, by persistence. Every time you say to yourself, "It's always working out for me," you are reaffirming your place in that state. You are shifting your identity. You are becoming the one who lives in alignment with divine favor. And the world, being a faithful mirror, must show you what you assume. Let me remind you that it is not effort that brings about change. It is not struggle. It is not hours of laborious prayer. It is simply the acceptance of the end. If you can accept the end as real, now then the means will unfold naturally. Life will rearrange itself to reflect your inner world. I once knew a man who lived in constant fear of things going wrong. Every small inconvenience became a sign of doom for him. And surely life obeyed. His car broke down, his health suffered, his relationships crumbled. I told him, "My dear friend, you are not unlucky. You are simply faithful to the wrong assumption. Change it." He began to test this truth. He began to say, "Everything is always working out for me," not with hope, but with certainty. And though at first nothing seemed different, he did not waver. And then miracles began to appear. Unexpected checks arrived. Opportunities opened. He smiled more. He slept better. He had become someone new, not by doing more, but by assuming more wisely. You must decide right now that you are done entertaining doubt. You must become faithful to your vision, not your fear. Faithful to your future, not your past. The world you see is the outpicturing of your assumption. You do not change the reflection by scratching the mirror. You change the reflection by changing yourself. I am telling you, act as if everything always works out for you. And by act, I do not mean to pretend. I mean to live from the truth of it. Think from it. Feel from it. Let it be your inner atmosphere. And as within, so without. The law is never broken. The law is always working. It is your servant, waiting for your instruction. What would you do if you knew that success was guaranteed? What risks would you take? What steps would you stop delaying? What words would you say? What love would you give? What dreams would you pursue? Act from that version of yourself. For that version is not a fantasy. It is you, clothed in courage and trust. You are not here to merely react to life. You are here to create it. You are here to mold it with your inner conversation. Listen to what you are telling yourself when no one is watching. Are you affirming the outcome you desire, or the one you fear? Change the conversation. Begin to speak only that which you want to see realized. I am always supported. I am guided. I am favored. Life loves me. Things always work out for me. You will find yourself walking differently, talking differently. People will notice your energy. They won't be able to name it, but they will feel it, because you are living from the end. You are living from the kingdom within. The power is not outside of you. It never was. It is in your ability to assume the best and persist in that assumption. No matter what the outer world says, you stand firm in your inner knowing. That is true power. That is mastery. I urge you to test this. Not tomorrow, but now. Begin this moment to act as if everything is working out for you. When something unexpected happens, smile. Say to yourself, "I may not see the whole picture yet, but I know this is part of it working out." And soon you will see the pattern. You will see the wisdom in every turn. You will live with peace, because you will know the truth. Your job is not to control the how. Your job is to maintain the inner state. If you can do that, the rest will take care of itself. Life responds to the dominant assumption. And when your dominant assumption is that everything always works out for you, then life has no choice but to conform. You are the author. You are the dreamer. You are not a victim of fate. You are a creator of form. And what you imagine in faith, you will encounter in fact. So go forth from this moment on, with the knowing that you are already on the path. Everything is unfolding perfectly. Trust that. Assume that. And act as if it cannot fail, because it cannot. You were never meant to struggle, to chase, to fight against the tide. You were meant to align, to allow, to assume with confidence and joy. Life becomes effortless when you live from the end. When you claim the feeling of already having that which you desire. The universe bends to your conviction. You are divine imagination. That is your true identity. And your world is clay in your hands. Mold it with love. Mold it with certainty. Mold it with the deep, unwavering knowing that everything is always working out for you, and it shall be so. Let us go deeper still. You must understand, this is not merely a psychological trick or a motivational mantra to make you feel better in the moment. This is metaphysics. This is law. This is the foundation upon which reality stands. The very moment you dwell in the inner conviction that everything is working out for you, you set into motion forces unseen that reshape the entire fabric of your experience. And while the change may not always be immediate to your senses, it is immediate in the realm that precedes form. When you act as if everything always works out for you, you stop fighting with the world. You stop resisting what is. You surrender, not in weakness, but in faith. You cease arguing with appearances, and instead you plant your feet firmly in your assumption. And that assumption becomes your new foundation, your new center of gravity. From that center, you can move mountains. To the world, it may seem irrational. It may appear foolish. They will say you are unrealistic, that you are ignoring facts. But I say to you, the facts are only shadows of former beliefs. They are the residue of prior assumptions. If you would but persist, the facts will change. The outer must follow the inner. It has no choice. It is law. Take no thought for the morrow, said the Master. Why? Because he understood that worry, doubt, and fear are nothing but prayers for what you do not want. Instead, he pointed us toward the kingdom within. He taught us to live from the state of already having. When you pray, believe that you have received, and you shall receive. This is not metaphor. It is instruction. Precise divine instruction. Now imagine walking through your day with the inner knowing that life is unfolding in your favor. A delay at the airport, this is part of it working out. A rejection from someone you love, this too is working for me. An unexpected expense, even this is a setup for greater abundance. You start to live from the end of peace, not turmoil. From the end of success, not failure. The more you live in that state, the more your world becomes ordered by it. You draw to yourself people, events, and opportunities that match the tone of your inner world, not by trying to control them, but by embodying the version of yourself to whom these things already belong. You don't have to beg for anything. You don't have to hustle, chase, or strive. You have only to dwell in the state of knowing, the state of gratitude before the manifestation, the state of the wish fulfilled. You walk through life with an invisible crown on your head, not of arrogance but of assurance, because you know who you are. You know that your assumption is causative. You know that you are one with the source that forms the heavens and the earth. When you forget, because we all forget, come back to the state. Close your eyes and remember. Feel again what it feels like to be supported, loved, protected, favored. Feel it in your bones. Feel it until it feels real. For that is the test. Can you feel something so deeply that it becomes more real to you than the evidence of your senses? If you can do that, the world must catch up. It must reflect your inner knowing. The world is not solid. It is not fixed. It is fluid, malleable, shaped by consciousness. What you assume to be true hardens into fact. So why not assume the best? Why not assume that everything, yes, everything is rigged in your favor? You must understand that this is not something that works only sometimes. It is working always. The question is not whether the law works, but what are you impressing upon it? Are you filling the mold of your mind with faith or with fear? Are you rehearsing limitation or celebrating fulfillment? If you want to change your life, you must change your assumption. And to change your assumption, you must first catch yourself in the act of doubting. Notice the story you are telling yourself throughout the day. Is it a story of what if it doesn't work out, or is it a story of everything is already working out? Let me remind you, you don't need permission. You don't need evidence. You don't need anyone to agree with you. You need only your imagination and your willingness to dwell in the end. The end is what gives life to the means. The end is the cause. Live there and you will watch the whole world rearrange itself around your conviction. You are not here to try. You are here to be. You are not here to hope. You are here to know. And when you know deeply that everything is working out for you, you become immovable. You become unshakable. Storms may come, winds may howl, but you remain centered. You remain still, because your peace does not come from circumstance. It comes from assumption. It comes from the state within. That is true mastery. Not the ability to control events, but the ability to maintain your state regardless of them. The outer world becomes a theater in which your inner world plays itself out. You are the writer. You are the director. You are the actor, and the script is whatever you assume it to be. Now let this not be merely theory for you. Test it. Try it. Begin now. Pick one situation in your life that appears uncertain. Close your eyes and see the outcome you desire. Feel what it feels like to know it is done, to know that it is already yours. Carry that feeling with you. Do not drop it. Let nothing persuade you otherwise. And then observe. Watch how life moves. Watch how things align. Watch how miracles unfold, not because you forced them, but because you assumed them. You are never waiting on the world to change. You are only ever waiting on yourself to assume the change is already complete. When that inner shift happens, everything changes. People begin to treat you differently. Circumstances turn in your favor. Doors open. What once seemed impossible becomes inevitable. All of it begins with one simple truth: everything is always working out for you. Let that be your mantra. Let that be your prayer. Let that be your dominant thought. Whisper it when you wake. Declare it when you walk. Sing it in silence. And in time, you will see that it was never the world that needed to change. It was only ever your assumption. You do not need to earn your good. You need only to accept it. And when you accept it as already true, life must match your acceptance. This is not hope. It is law. This is not magic. It is principle. Assume it is done. Feel it is done. Live as though it is done. And it is done. Now let us bring our attention to the simplicity of this practice. Many make the mistake of complicating the law. They seek advanced techniques, rituals, affirmations, and elaborate routines. But I tell you, it is the simplest act of all that yields the most profound results. The act of assuming, of entering the state, mentally and emotionally, and remaining there. You do not need a candle. You do not need the perfect moon phase. You do not need to repeat something 100 times. You need only to know it is done. What is assumption, if not a silent agreement with God? When you say in your heart, "This too shall work in my favor," you are aligning yourself with the divine intelligence that orchestrates all things. You are stepping into the current of life rather than fighting it. You are surrendering to the truth that all things are unfolding exactly as they must, to bring you to the manifestation of your desire. You may not always understand the path. You may not always see why certain detours appear, but I assure you, when you persist in the inner state, those detours become miracles in disguise. They become the invisible hand of grace, moving people, circumstances, and events with precision. But you must remain faithful, not to what you see, but to what you know within. There will be moments when everything around you seems contrary. The outer world will tempt you to abandon your assumption. The bank account may empty. The person may walk away. The opportunity may vanish. But these are merely tests, not from some punishing universe, but from your own deeper self. It is your inner reality, asking, will you remain loyal to the state, or will you react to the shadows? If you remain loyal, if you if you walk in the knowing that all things are working for your highest good, you will witness the rearrangement. You will look back in awe and say, what I once called a setback was my greatest setup. What I once called a problem was the portal to my answered prayer. This is how the law works. It bends to belief. It conforms to conviction. And conviction is born not of repetition, but of identification. You must identify as the one for whom everything always works out. Not sometimes. Not when you're lucky. Not when the stars align. Always, even now. As you hear these words, you are being invited into that state. You are being called to remember who you are. Not a victim of life, but the cause of it. Not a wanderer in chaos, but a creator in command. You were never meant to struggle. You were never meant to strive. You were meant to assume, to feel, and to receive. How do you know when you are in the state? You feel relief. You feel joy without reason. You smile at the silence. You are no longer grasping, chasing, needing. You are still. You are certain. You are aware that what you seek is already yours in the unseen, and therefore must come to pass. Do not concern yourself with when. Time is the servant of assumption. It bends and folds around your belief. What takes others years may come to you in days. What others must labor for, you will attract with ease. This is not arrogance. This is alignment. You are aligning with the greater truth that your inner world is primary, and the outer must echo it. You need not convince others. You need not argue with logic. Simply remain faithful. Carry your inner conviction quietly, like a secret treasure, and let the fruits of your faith speak for themselves. For when you live in the state of everything is always working out for me,
your life becomes a testimony, a walking miracle, a living prayer answered. Others will ask, how did you do it? And you will say, I assumed, I believed, I felt, I walked as though it were already true, and the world had no choice but to reflect it. Let this be your daily practice, not effort but assumption, not hustle but inner rest. Wake in the morning and step into the feeling. Walk through your day and return to the feeling. Rest at night in the peace of the fulfilled desire. Do not waver. Do not look back. Press forward in faith. When the winds of doubt blow, you anchor yourself in the state. When fear whispers its lies, you reply with your truth. Even this is working out for me. You speak it until it becomes your dominant vibration. And once it does, the world around you cannot help but align. You are not asking the universe to bless you. You are recognizing that it already has. You are not trying to create. You are revealing what is already true in the realm of spirit. You are simply moving from knowing to knowing, from fulfillment to fulfillment, without resistance. It is here, in this sacred inner posture, that miracles become ordinary. What once felt like fantasy becomes your new normal. You begin to expect the best, not because you are naive, but because you are awake to the truth of who you are. You are God in motion, imagination clothed in form, and when you assume, you create. So do not wait for the evidence to begin believing. Let your belief be the evidence. Let your assumption be the cause. Let your inner world dictate the terms. Everything you see, touch, and experience is but the echo of a prior state. If you would change the echo, change the state. Now pause and breathe. Feel the truth of these words, not in your mind but in your spirit. Let it settle. Let it take root. Begin to walk with the poise of the fulfilled. Begin to speak from the place of completion. Begin to look upon the world with eyes that see beyond appearances. For the unseen is more real than the seen, and what is real in imagination shall become real in form. I say to you again, act as if everything always works out for you, because it does, because it must, because you have declared it so, and your declaration is the seed from which reality grows. And so, beloved, let this be your final awakening. You are not at the mercy of fate, chance, or circumstance. You are the operant power. Life is not happening to you. It is happening through you, as you, for you. When you act as if everything always works out for you, you are not pretending. You are proclaiming. You are standing in the authority of one who knows their imagination is God, and their assumption is law. Let the world call it delusion. Let the facts scream otherwise. You remain unmoved, for you have seen the truth. You have felt the power. You have touched the divine in the silence of your own consciousness, and you know now, with certainty, that nothing is too great, too far, or too impossible. You need only assume, and remain faithful. Walk forward now, not as one who hopes, but as one who knows. Wear the feeling of the wish fulfilled, like a second skin. Let it shape your tone, your steps, your silence. And as you do, you will watch in quiet wonder, as life bows to your belief, and the unseen becomes seen. This is your secret. This is your power. Act as if everything always works out for you, and it will. It always has. It always will, because you have finally remembered who you are.
There is a hidden truth, one so simple, yet so profound, that the majority of people overlook it in their daily lives. It is the secret to living a life of peace, strength, and mastery over your circumstances. That secret is to act as if nothing bothers you. You see, the world around you is constantly shifting, changing, and offering you opportunities to feel anxious, frustrated, and distracted. But what if I told you that you have the power to rise above all of this? What if I told you that by acting as if nothing bothers you, you will begin to see the world respond in ways you never thought possible? It may sound simple, even too simple, but this concept is not only powerful, it is transformative. Acting as if nothing bothers you is not about pretending to be indifferent or turning a blind eye to reality. It is about consciously choosing your state of being regardless of what's happening around you. It is the key to mastering your emotions, your thoughts, and ultimately your reality. In the world we live in, it is easy to get swept up in the chaos, the noise of the world, the demands on your time, the expectations placed upon you. These things can feel like an overwhelming tide that you can't escape. It's easy to let these external forces determine how you feel. It's easy to get caught in the illusion that the world is too much to bear. But in that moment, when you feel overwhelmed, when you feel like life is getting the best of you, that is when you must remember the power of choice. You are not a passive observer of your life. You are the creator of your experience. You have the ability to choose how you respond to every situation, no matter how challenging it may seem. The moment you choose to act as if nothing bothers you, something miraculous happens. You stop identifying with the problems that once seemed so real and significant. Instead, you begin to identify with your inner peace, your inner strength. When you stop reacting to the external world, you create a space for something far more powerful to enter, your true self. And this true self is not a person who is controlled by circumstances. This true self is a being who understands the law of assumption and knows that nothing in the outer world can disturb their inner harmony unless they allow it. Now let's go deeper. The key to acting as if nothing bothers you lies in understanding the law of assumption. The law of assumption tells us that what we assume to be true becomes our reality. If you assume that you are a person who is easily disturbed by the actions of others or the circumstances in your life, then that will become your reality. You will find yourself constantly reacting to the world around you, feeling helpless and at the mercy of external events. But if you assume that nothing bothers you, that no matter what happens, you remain calm, composed, and in control, then that will be your reality as well. This is the power of assumption. It is the ability to consciously create your experience by assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. So when you choose to act as if nothing bothers you, you are assuming the state of being that aligns with peace, resilience, and self-mastery. You are claiming the identity of someone who remains unaffected by the chaos of the world. And when you do this, the world begins to mirror that assumption back to you. The more you embody this state of being, the more the circumstances in your life will begin to reflect this inner peace. I want you to understand this concept on a deeper level. The world around you is nothing more than a reflection of your inner state. It is not the circumstances themselves that disturb you, but your thoughts and beliefs about those circumstances. If you believe that a particular event or person has the power to disturb you, then you are giving away your power. But when you act as if nothing bothers you, you are reclaiming your power and choosing to respond from a place of strength and clarity. Think about this for a moment. Have you ever met someone who, no matter what happens, remains calm and unshaken? Someone who seems to navigate life's challenges with grace and poise? This person isn't immune to challenges or hardships. They simply have mastered the art of acting as if nothing bothers them. They have learned to control their inner state regardless of the external circumstances. And in doing so, they attract more peace, more harmony, and more opportunities that reflect their inner calm. Now let me ask you a question. What would your life look like if you adopted this same mindset? What would happen if you decided, starting right now, that nothing would bother you? What if you decided that no matter what happens, you would remain unshaken, unruffled, and unperturbed? The first thing that would happen is that you would begin to feel a sense of inner peace that you may have never experienced before. The constant mental chatter that comes from worrying about things that are outside your control would begin to quiet down. You would stop reacting emotionally to the things and people around you, and instead you would respond from a place of calm awareness. In this state, you would begin to see the world differently. You would no longer see challenges as obstacles, but as opportunities to grow and strengthen your resolve. But it doesn't stop there. When you begin to act as if nothing bothers you, you also begin to attract a different quality of people into your life. People who are calm, collected, and centered will begin to gravitate toward you. The energy you project, your inner state of peace, will become magnetic. People will sense this energy and want to be around you because they will see in you something that they may not yet have in themselves. the ability to remain unshaken in the face of life's challenges. This is where the true power of acting as if nothing bothers you lies. It's not just about creating inner peace for yourself, it's about becoming a beacon of that peace for others. When you remain calm and composed, you become a source of stability and strength for those around you. You become a living example of the power of the law of assumption and the transformative effect it can have on your life. But what about the difficult times? What about the moments when life seems to throw everything at you and it feels impossible to stay calm? I want you to remember that the key to acting as if nothing bothers you is not about suppressing your emotions or pretending that everything is perfect. It's about choosing to rise above the situation and acknowledging that your peace is more important than any external circumstance. It's about recognizing that no matter what happens, you have the ability to control how you feel. When you face a challenge, whether it's a difficult person, a stressful situation, or a setback in your plans, instead of reacting in the usual way, take a moment to pause and remember your power. Remind yourself that you are not defined by what happens to you, you are defined by how you respond. And when you respond from a place of calm, clarity, and inner strength, the world around you will begin to reflect that same energy back to you. This is the power of assumption in action. When you assume that nothing can disturb your peace, you are not denying the reality of the situation, you are acknowledging that you have the power to remain composed regardless of what's happening. You are not a victim of your circumstances, you are the creator of your experience. So how can you start to embody this mindset in your own life? The first step is to become aware of your thoughts and reactions. Notice when you feel yourself getting caught up in the drama of life, when you feel yourself reacting emotionally to something or someone. In those moments, pause and ask yourself, how would I respond if I were truly unaffected by this situation? The next step is to consciously choose your response. Decide that no matter what happens, you will remain calm and composed. Remember that you are the master of your emotions and that you have the ability to choose how you feel. In every situation, remind yourself that nothing can disturb your inner peace unless you allow it. Embody this mindset every day. Act as if nothing bothers you, even in the smallest of moments. Whether you're dealing with traffic, a difficult conversation, or a setback at work, choose to respond from a place of peace. The more you practice this, the more natural it will become. And as you embody this state of being, you will begin to see your life change in ways you never thought possible. Acting as if nothing bothers you is a powerful tool for creating a life of peace, strength, and abundance. It is the key to mastering your emotions, your thoughts, and your reality. When you choose to act as if nothing bothers you, you are not just changing your inner state, you are changing the world around you. So I invite you to step into this powerful mindset, to act as if nothing bothers you, and to watch as your life transforms before your very eyes. As you continue to adopt the mindset of acting as if nothing bothers you, there will be moments when the old patterns of reaction arise. You may find yourself slipping into frustration, irritation, or anxiety as situations in your life unfold in ways you didn't expect. This is part of the process. It is not about being perfect, but about being consistent in your response. The more you practice, the more ingrained this way of being will become. It's in these moments of challenge that you get to strengthen your new habit, your new mindset. When you encounter those situations that typically would have stirred up an emotional reaction, pause. Give yourself a moment to breathe. In that pause, remind yourself of your choice. You are not a helpless bystander to your emotions. You have the power to decide how you feel, regardless of what is going on around you. Every time you take this moment to center yourself and choose peace, you are rewiring your brain. You are teaching your mind that peace is the default state, not the reactionary, emotional upheaval that once felt inevitable. With each choice to act as if nothing bothers you, your mind begins to trust that peace is always an option, and slowly but surely, the peace becomes easier to access. What's important to recognize is that this is not a process of suppression or denial. It's not about pretending that life isn't messy or difficult at times. It's about accepting that life is full of contrast, challenges, and fluctuations, but choosing not to be defined by them. Instead of getting swept up in the external circumstances, you learn to anchor yourself in your inner truth. By acting as if nothing bothers you, you are training yourself to become detached from the need to control everything. This doesn't mean you stop caring or that you let go of your dreams and ambitions. It simply means you stop allowing external events to control your inner world. You develop an inner resilience, one that can remain unaffected no matter what comes your way. This resilience is not built on avoiding challenges, but on a deeper understanding that you are bigger than any situation that might arise. When you act as if nothing bothers you, you step into a powerful role as the creator of your experience. You begin to recognize that everything from your emotions to your reactions is a direct reflection of your inner assumptions. You realize that the external world only has as much power as you give it. And this realization is liberating. But let's take this even further. Not only does your inner world shift when you act as if nothing bothers you, but the people and circumstances around you begin to shift as well. When you maintain a calm and composed presence, others are drawn to you. They may not fully understand why, but they feel the peace you exude. People naturally gravitate toward those who possess a sense of inner stability. And by maintaining this inner peace, you become a source of calm for others in the chaos of their own lives. You'll notice that situations that once triggered emotional reactions no longer have the same effect. It's as if the outer world no longer has the power to disturb you, because you have aligned yourself with a higher state of being. In the past, you might have been quick to anger or worry, but now these emotions seem to slip away more easily. You can choose peace, and the world begins to adjust itself to that choice. In this process, you are not becoming immune to life's challenges. On the contrary, you are becoming more powerful because you are no longer allowing life's challenges to have power over you. You are stepping into the role of the creator, the conscious creator, who decides moment by moment how to respond, what to feel, and how to move forward. This approach has a ripple effect on your relationships as well. When you act as if nothing bothers you, you become more approachable, more grounded. You are no longer constantly reacting to people's words or actions, but instead, you are able to listen, understand, and respond from a place of clarity. People around you may even begin to ask how you remain so calm, so unshaken by the difficulties that seem to overwhelm others. And that, my friend, is the power of embodying this state of being. When you start to live with the understanding that nothing can bother you, you unlock an entirely new level of peace, joy, and freedom. You stop being a slave to the whims of external events and instead become a sovereign being who is in full control of their emotional responses. You stop giving your power away to situations, people, or outcomes. You begin to create from a place of deep inner stillness, and in doing so, you begin to attract into your life more of what you truly desire. As you continue to practice this mindset, you'll notice that your life begins to flow more effortlessly. Things that once seemed like obstacles no longer appear as such. Instead, they become opportunities to strengthen your resolve and deepen your inner peace. You'll face challenges with a sense of quiet confidence, knowing that no matter what comes your way, you have the tools to handle it. This shift is a subtle one, but over time, the effects become more and more profound. You will find yourself walking through life with an aura of calm, and people will begin to take notice. They may ask what your secret is, and you can smile and say that the secret is simple. You act as if nothing bothers you. The key to this practice lies in consistency. It is in every moment, every situation, that you are called to choose your response. Every time you choose to remain calm and composed, you strengthen your connection to your true self. Every time you choose peace over reaction, you reinforce your belief in your ability to create your reality. In the process, you begin to live a life that is no longer ruled by the uncontrollable external forces. You are no longer at the mercy of your circumstances. Instead, you are at the helm, steering your life with intention, peace, and power. Over time, the practice of acting as if nothing bothers you becomes not just a technique, but a way of being. It becomes who you are. You embody the calm that you have chosen to cultivate, and that calm spreads through your life and the lives of those around you. This is a powerful shift, one that requires patience, practice, and a deep trust in your ability to change. But as you continue to act as if nothing bothers you, you'll find that the world around you begins to shift in ways that you never imagined. It is not the world that changes, it is you. And in that transformation, you unlock the power to create a life that is peaceful, empowered, and abundant. So I leave you with this: you are the creator of your reality, and you have the power to choose how you respond to every situation in your life. By acting as if nothing bothers you, you step into your true power and unlock a life of peace, strength, and limitless potential. The choice is yours. As you deepen your practice of acting as if nothing bothers you, you may begin to notice subtle shifts in your thoughts and actions. Your awareness of your inner state becomes more heightened. You catch yourself in moments when old patterns of irritation or anxiety begin to surface, and instead of letting them take over, you gently redirect your focus. This shift in focus is not just a mental exercise, it becomes an embodied experience. You learn to be present with yourself, to acknowledge what's happening internally without allowing it to govern your external responses. This ability to separate your inner world from the outer world is the very foundation of mastery. When you no longer allow external events to dictate your emotional responses, you free yourself from the bonds of stress, anxiety, and frustration. You no longer find yourself caught up in the drama of life, but instead, you approach each challenge with a calm and steady mind. This does not mean you become cold or detached from life's ups and downs. It means you are able to face the ebbs and flows of life with a centered sense of self, knowing that no matter what happens, you have the power to control how you feel. In practicing this, you will also notice that the people around you begin to react differently. As your energy shifts, so does theirs. You may be met with calmness where there once was tension. You may notice that people speak to you with more respect, more kindness, or with a sense of ease that wasn't there before. This is because, as you embody the state of someone to whom nothing bothers them, you create an environment where others feel safe to express themselves in the same way. They begin to mirror your energy, and slowly but surely, the entire dynamic of your relationship shifts. It is here that the magic of assumption begins to unfold. When you assume that nothing can disturb your peace, when you adopt the belief that you are immune to the outer chaos, you begin to manifest this state in every area of your life. People will stop testing your patience or pushing your buttons. Situations that would have previously upset you become insignificant, as you are no longer invested in the idea that they must disturb you. As you shift your focus from reaction to response, you begin to see opportunities where once there were problems. Your outlook on life changes from one of limitation to one of possibility. Problems no longer seem like insurmountable obstacles, but rather as opportunities for you to demonstrate your inner strength, your resilience, and your ability to maintain your peace. You become more resourceful, more adaptable, and more confident in your ability to navigate life's challenges with grace. The true power of acting as if nothing bothers you lies in the freedom it brings. The more you practice this way of being, the more freedom you experience. You are no longer tethered to the whims of the external world, but instead you are free to create from a place of inner clarity and strength. This freedom is not just emotional, it is also spiritual. When you live in a state where nothing bothers you, you are free to connect with the deepest part of yourself, the part of you that knows that you are more than the sum of your circumstances. You are more than the noise and chaos of the outside world. You are a creator, a conscious being who has the power to shape your experience at will. It is also important to understand that this process is not about suppressing your feelings or pretending that you don't care. It's not about ignoring your emotions or pretending that you are unaffected by life's inevitable difficulties. It is about consciously choosing to align with the deeper truth that your peace is your priority. You are acknowledging that while life may throw challenges your way, you always have the ability to choose how you respond to those challenges. By acting as if nothing bothers you, you allow your emotions to flow freely without becoming entangled in them. You recognize your emotions as signals, but not as your identity. You are not your feelings, just as you are not your circumstances. You are the awareness behind them, the observer who has the power to choose the lens through which to view the world. And when you choose to view the world through the lens of peace and detachment, you begin to see that you are not a victim of life, but a master of it. As you continue down this path, you will notice that the external world begins to respond to you differently. Situations that once seemed to rattle you no longer have the same power. The people who once irritated or upset you no longer trigger the same emotional reactions. You will find that the world becomes a more peaceful place because you have chosen to cultivate peace within yourself. In this state of peace, you become magnetic. Your inner calm attracts calmness. Your unwavering sense of peace invites others to relax and find their own peace. People will begin to look to you as a source of stability, and they may even seek your guidance in moments of uncertainty. This is the power of embodying the state of someone to whom nothing bothers them. You become a beacon of peace in a world that desperately needs it. Over time, this practice of acting as if nothing bothers you becomes second nature. You no longer have to force yourself to remain calm. It becomes a part of who you are. You begin to operate from a place of serenity and strength, knowing that you are the creator of your experience and that nothing in the outer world can disturb your inner peace unless you allow it. As you live in this state of peace, your life begins to unfold with greater ease and grace. You begin to attract people, opportunities, and experiences that align with your inner state of calm. Your world transforms because you have transformed within yourself. The more you embody this mindset, the more the outer world reflects that peace back to you in beautiful and unexpected ways. This is the ultimate power of assumption. The power to choose your state, to act as if nothing bothers you, and to watch as the world responds accordingly. As you continue to live from this place, you will begin to realize that nothing is more powerful than your inner peace. The world may change, people may act in ways that once would have disturbed you, but you remain the same, calm, centered, and unwavering. You become a living example of what it means to be truly free. In that freedom, you are not just free from the chaos of the world, you are free to create the life you desire. You are free to walk through life with a sense of joy, peace, and fulfillment, knowing that you are in control of how you respond to every situation. Nothing can disturb you, and because of that, everything you desire flows effortlessly into your life. This is the power of acting as if nothing bothers you. It is not just a tool for emotional mastery, it is the gateway to creating a life that is peaceful, powerful, and filled with abundance. And when you adopt this mindset, you will find that the world begins to reflect back to you the peace, strength, and power you have claimed for yourself. So my friend, let this truth settle deeply within you. The outer world is not the master of your inner state. You are. The moment you decide to act as if nothing bothers you, you declare to the universe that your peace is non-negotiable, your power is immovable, and your reality is yours to shape. You are not here to react, you are here to create. You are not here to be swayed by circumstance, you are here to stand firm in your divine knowing. And from that knowing, from that unwavering center, all things will come to you. Let others rage, let the winds howl, let the world change. You remain still, you remain sure, you remain free. Act as if nothing bothers you, and watch how the entire universe bends to meet your serenity.
Everything you could ever desire, everything you have ever dreamed of, already exists. Not in the realm of possibility, but in the realm of certainty. There is no need to strive, to struggle, or to beg the universe. All you must do is assume that it is already yours, and live in that assumption as if it were fact. And when you do, reality bends to that inner conviction, and what once appeared distant becomes present, visible, touchable, real. You are not here to earn your desires. You are not here to prove yourself worthy of them. You are here to awaken to the power that lies dormant within you, the power to assume, the power to feel something to be true, even when all your senses scream otherwise. That is the essence of faith. That is the act of creation. Most people believe that life happens to them. They observe, they react, they adjust. But I tell you, life happens through you, because of you, and ultimately within you. You are the operant power. You are not the audience in this great theater of life. You are the author, the director, and the lead actor.
all at once. And every scene, every line, every circumstance is born from the state you occupy within. So what is it to act as if it's already yours? It is to make a claim, not out of arrogance, but out of quiet certainty. It is to walk as if the road has already risen to meet your steps, to speak, to breathe, to move as one who possesses the thing long before the outer world agrees. Suppose you desire wealth. Do not concern yourself with how it will come. The how belongs to the world of shadows, a world that is always a step behind. You must dwell in the world of causes, and that world is within your imagination. Assume the feeling of wealth. Wear it like a second skin. Imagine yourself surrounded by the evidence of it, not as a fleeting daydream, but as a sustained inner reality. As you do this, your world must conform. It has no choice. It is law. Suppose you desire love. Do not plead for affection. Do not lament your loneliness, for these states only reproduce themselves. Instead, imagine that you are already cherished, already adored. Walk with the joy of one who is deeply loved. Sleep with the warmth of that companionship in your heart. Speak from the place of someone who knows they are chosen. And behold, what you assume will harden into fact. The world is a mirror, reflecting not what we want, but who we are. And who we are is nothing more than the state we occupy. States are not permanent. You can move from one to another as easily as you change your clothes. But you must do so with intention, with conviction, and with feeling. Feeling is the secret. It is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. The emotion behind the assumption is what gives it power. If you can feel it real, it will become real. So many seek to change their conditions. They rearrange the furniture of their lives, hoping for better outcomes. But I tell you, until you change your conception of self, nothing changes permanently. You may see temporary improvements, but they will vanish like mist unless the inner state is made permanent. To act as if it's already yours is to become the one who already has. And from that state, all things flow. The assumption, though false to the senses, if persisted in, will become fact. This is not a hopeful philosophy. This is a law, as dependable as gravity. If you assume a thing long enough, with faith and feeling, the universe will rearrange itself to mirror that assumption. This is not speculation. This is experience. Countless lives have changed, not because of effort, but because of alignment. Do not wait for proof. Proof is the echo, not the voice. Assume it now. Live from the end. That is your only task. Let the world take care of the details. You do not plant a seed and dig it up every day to see if it has sprouted. No, you plant it, you water it with belief, and you trust the unseen process of growth. So too with your desires. To act as if it's already yours is not to deceive yourself. It is to awaken to truth. You are not manifesting something outside of you. You are revealing what has always been yours. Everything you could ever ask for is already established in the eternal imagination of God, and that imagination lives within you. I have seen men rise from poverty to wealth by nothing more than a shift in identity. They saw themselves as successful, even while surrounded by failure, and their world changed to match the new self-image. I have seen the sick healed by assuming the state of health, by no longer identifying with the illness. They ceased to talk about it, think about it, or expect it. They imagined themselves whole, and so they became. There is no fiction in imagination. Whatever you can imagine with feeling is real, more real than what your senses perceive, for the senses lie. They report the past. Imagination sees the future. It creates the future. And what is the future but the result of the present state of mind? You do not need to force anything. You do not need to struggle. You need only to surrender to the feeling of the wish fulfilled. That is the secret. That is the path. Enter the state and remain there. Live in it. Speak from it. Act from it. And soon the world will catch up. Let the dream steal upon you quietly. Let the vision dominate your mind. Go within and claim it. Each time the world tries to contradict your assumption, return to the feeling. Reinforce it. Dwell in it again and again. In time it will become easier. The feeling will become natural. And once it is natural, it is inevitable. Do not ask whether it is reasonable. Reason belongs to the limited mind. Your imagination is boundless, and your future is shaped not by logic, but by belief. Believe you are, and you will be. Believe it is yours, and it will come. The only thing ever standing between you and your desire is your belief that it is not yet so. Remove that belief, and the thing rushes to you. You are never waiting for the manifestation. It is always waiting for you to assume it. Life will not give you what you want. It will give you who you are. So become the one who already has, and you will see a world transform in response. Let others mock your assumption. Let the world call you delusional. What does it matter? Did not all great changes begin with someone who dared to believe in the unseen? The truth is, you do not need the world to agree. You only need to agree with yourself, to come into unity within, and from that unity, a new world is born. The world is plastic to your thought. It bends, it molds, it reflects. The only reason it does not seem to change is because you do not persist. You waver. You look too quickly for evidence. But faith is the evidence. Your sustained assumption is the proof of things not seen, and that is enough. So now I say unto you, act as if it's already yours, not tomorrow, not when the signs appear, but now, this very moment. Speak as if it is done. Think from the desire, not of it. Let the feeling of possession wrap around you. Let it guide your thoughts, your movements, your speech, and watch what happens next. Watch how doors open, how people appear, how circumstances shift. Watch how life rearranges itself to make room for the new state you have claimed. This is not wishful thinking. This is creation. You are not asking for a favor. You are exercising your divine right, for you are made in the image of the Creator, and creation begins with assumption. Before the world was formed, it was imagined. So too with your world. Imagine it, and it shall be. Hold fast to your vision. Let no one shake it from you. When doubts arise, and they will, do not argue with them. Simply return to the state. Re-enter the feeling. Reclaim the desire as already yours. This is your work, the inner work, the invisible labor of assumption. Do not wait for evidence before you believe. Believe, and the evidence will follow. Feel it now, own it now, and walk in faith, knowing that what you assume with conviction must come to pass. For you are the operant power, and the world obeys the law of assumption. No matter what your past has been, it does not define you. You are not bound by memory or mistake. You are free to assume a new state at any moment. Right now you can choose a new self, a richer self, a happier self, a loved and loving self. And by choosing it, and living from it, you bring it forth. Let your only concern be the inner world. The outer will take care of itself. Keep your attention within. Live in the end, and let the world echo your new state. The more real it becomes to you, the faster it appears without. But even if it takes time, do not waver. Time is the servant of your assumption, not the master. Begin now, this moment. Close your eyes, and see the life you desire. Feel it, hear it, touch it. Let it be more real than anything around you. And then rise, and live from that place. Carry it with you in every step, every word, every breath. And soon you will see, it is already yours. And what happens next? Life transforms. The impossible becomes ordinary. The world aligns with your inner truth, and you stand, not as one who hopes, but as one who knows. So I say again, act as if it's already yours, and watch what happens next. Do not wait for the world to change before you give yourself permission to feel differently. It will never lead the way. You must be the one to lead, within. As you shift your state of being, the world follows. That is the divine order. Inner first, outer second. When you continue to see the same outer conditions, it does not mean your assumption has failed. It only means the bridge of incidents is still unfolding. Stay faithful. Continue to occupy the state of the wish fulfilled, regardless of appearances. The senses will scream for your attention. Ignore them. Let your inner world be your only concern. You must be bold in your assumption, not desperate, not timid, bold. A quiet, unwavering knowing that it is already done. That is the posture of creation. The calm confidence of one who knows that unseen forces are already at work, and they are. The moment you assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, something shifts, unseen to the eye, but undeniable in its result. The universe begins to conspire in your favor. People you have never met begin to move. Events begin to align. Circumstances begin to reorganize, all to bring you what you have already claimed. You do not need to know how it will happen. That is none of your business. Your only task is to maintain the state. Every morning when you wake, return to the feeling. Every night as you fall asleep, drift into the scene that implies your desire is already fulfilled.
Let it dominate your inner conversations. Let it shape your expectations. Expect it. Anticipate it. Not with anxiety, but with joy, with certainty. Because you know who you are. You are the one who imagines. And what you imagine, with belief and feeling, must come to pass. Do not be swayed by what the world shows you in the meantime. The delay is not denial. It is preparation. The moment you assume, the wheels begin to turn. But sometimes the conditions must shift. Sometimes you must be moved into the right place. Sometimes the old must dissolve to make room for the new. Do not resist the process. Welcome it. Trust it. Know that everything is unfolding according to your assumption, even when it seems otherwise. It is not your job to manipulate the outer world. Your only job is to remain faithful to the inner vision. That is the secret of effortless manifestation. The more you try to force it, the more you affirm that it is not yet yours, and that is not the state you wish to occupy. You must feel that it is done, finished, complete. Let that be your resting place. The more natural the feeling becomes, the faster it externalizes. This is why we speak so often of living in the end, not hoping for it, not working toward it, living in it, letting your thoughts, your mood, your behavior, be shaped by the assumption that it is already yours. When you do this, you move with grace, you become magnetic, you speak differently, you carry yourself differently, and without effort, the world responds. All things respond to the assumptions you hold about them. People, events, opportunities. They all take shape according to the mold within your mind. Change the mold, and the form must change. That is the law. There is no external power deciding your fate. You are the one who assigns meaning. You are the one who declares, "This is who I am." And reality echoes back, "Yes, you are." To act as if is not to pretend. It is to become. You must become the version of yourself who already has what you seek. And then you will not be trying to get it. You will be expressing it. Expressing the state, rather than seeking the result. That is the divine difference. And when doubts come, and they will, do not resist them with fear. Observe them, and return to your assumption. Reclaim your state. It is yours. You are not at the mercy of thought. You are its master. You can choose again and again. You can return, moment by moment, to the end. It takes discipline at first, but in time, it becomes your natural dwelling place. And once it becomes natural, it becomes inevitable. Let your imagination be the workshop of your future. Go there often. Build the scenes. Populate them with detail. See the world from the position of fulfillment. And do not merely see, feel. Feel the joy, the relief, the gratitude. The power of emotion is the fire that makes the assumption live. Without feeling, it is a dry thought. With feeling, it becomes a living seed, a seed that must bear fruit. And when that fruit begins to appear, you will not be surprised. You will recognize it as a reflection of what you already knew within. You will see the familiar face of your own imagination made manifest. You will say, "Of course, I have seen this before. I have lived this already within." And the joy will be quiet, deep and whole. No effort, no struggle, just the natural outpouring of your inner state. And you will begin to see the great secret of life, that all things come to you. Not by chase, but by assumption. Not by effort, but by embodiment. What you are being, you are becoming. What you are feeling, you are forming. As this becomes more and more real to you, you will find yourself no longer reacting to the outer world. You will respond from the inner. You will become a master of your attention. And your attention, fixed upon the end, will become the steering wheel of your life. So if you wish to change your life, do not begin with the world. Begin with your self-concept. Ask yourself, who must I be to have this? And then be that. Be it now, not later, not when the world gives you permission. Now, the moment you claim it, you initiate a shift that cannot be undone, unless you return to the old state. But why would you? Why go back to lack, to fear, to striving? You have tasted the power of assumption. You have glimpsed the truth. You now know that reality is not something fixed. It is fluid, and you are the one who shapes it, molds it, directs it, not with effort, but with awareness, not with force, but with faith. You do not need to prove this to anyone. Your results will speak for themselves. You will walk differently. You will shine differently. You will carry the silent confidence of one who knows, and others will ask, "What has changed?" And you may smile, for you will know the answer. You will know that nothing changed, until you did. You changed the inner self. and the world had no choice but to follow. So walk now in that new state. Let the old fall away. It has no claim on you. It only lingers when you feed it with your attention. Withdraw your attention, and it dissolves. Feed the new. Nourish it with your thoughts, your words, your feelings. Give it life, and it will grow. It will flourish, and it will become your world. For this is the law. Whatever you are conscious of being, you become. The world confirms your identity. If you are conscious of being rich, loved, successful, healthy, the world must reflect it, not might, must. It is a mirror, and you are the face. Change the face, and the reflection changes. You are not separate from your desire. You are one with it. The moment you accept it as real, there is no waiting, no gap, only the illusion of time. But time is a servant to the eternal. Now, enter now, possess now, be now. If ever you forget, if ever the world tempts you back into doubt, pause, close your eyes, and remember. Remember who you are. Remember what you have claimed, and return to the feeling. That is your home. That is your truth. That is your power. You do not manifest what you want. You manifest what you are. So become the one who already has. Dwell in that state. Saturate your mind with it. Let it become your only reality. And from that a new world will rise. A world shaped by your imagination. A world that looks and feels exactly like the dream you have dared to believe. Once you find yourself rooted in that feeling, do not waver. Do not check for signs, or search for evidence in the outer world. For that too, is an act of disbelief. That is to say to yourself, I do not truly believe it is mine, unless the world tells me so. But the world is delayed. It is a reflection, not the origin. You are the cause. The outer world is the effect. So if you wish to see change, you must persist in the unseen. Persist in the feeling. Persist in the knowing. Live from the end, and not toward it. There is great discipline in this practice, but it is not the discipline of strain. It is the discipline of surrender. Surrendering the old man. Surrendering the version of you that lives in wanting, in hoping, in waiting. That version cannot bring about your desire, for it does not align with it. The state of desire is not the state of fulfillment. You must relinquish desire in favor of fulfillment. Let go of wanting, and take hold of being. This is the subtle yet profound shift, moving from lack to love, from hoping to having, not because you have seen it, but because you have chosen it. It is a choice, always a choice, and that choice, made with feeling, with belief, becomes your new point of attraction. You begin to draw to you everything that confirms what you now accept as true. Others may call it delusion. They may say, be realistic. But they speak from a world of effects. They speak from the mirror, not the face. Let them speak. You must remain true to your inner knowing. Let them witness the transformation. Let them see the outer rearrange itself around your assumption. And when they ask how it happened, you will not need to explain. You will simply say, I knew it, I assumed it, I lived it, before it came. This is the secret the world has overlooked, that nothing appears without first being imagined. Every invention, every movement, every creation began in the unseen, and so too does your new reality. You are not waiting on anything. You are not lacking anything. You have already received, the moment you accepted it within. So now you walk, not as a seeker, but as one who has found, as one who has become. What a transformation that brings. Your posture changes, your tone changes, your mood elevates, not because something has happened, but because something is happening within. You begin to move with ease, because you are no longer trying to earn what is already yours. You are simply expressing it, embodying it, flowing with it. And that flow, that harmony with your assumption, is what opens the doors, not forced open, but open naturally, by the law that says, according to your faith, be it unto you, not according to your work, not according to your suffering, according to your faith, your inner conviction. And that conviction comes from repeated assumption, from choosing, over and over again, to dwell in the end. Let no one take you from that place. Let no condition, no person, no experience, convince you that what you have accepted within is not real. For what you accept within becomes more real than what you see, and eventually, what you see bends to match it. That is the great mystery. That is the divine law. You are not at the mercy of circumstances. You are their master. You are not reacting to a world outside of you. You are generating a world from within you. And the more deeply you feel this truth, the more evidence you will see of it, not because you force it, but because you live it. So I tell you again, live from the end. See the world through the eyes of the one who already has. Let that image flood your mind. Let that feeling possess your being. And do not come down from that mountaintop. Let nothing shake your confidence. If the outer contradicts your assumption, bless it, and return within. Your loyalty is not to appearances, but to the unseen reality you have chosen. In time, you will witness the most beautiful thing, the fulfillment of your inner vision. It will come softly, sometimes quietly, sometimes suddenly, but always perfectly. And you will know that it was not luck, it was law. You acted as if it was already yours, and it became yours. But do not stop there, for you will come to see that this power knows no limits. It is not confined to one area of life. Whatever you can imagine, whatever you can feel with conviction, you can bring into form. Health, love, wealth, success, peace, joy. It is all available, not later, but now. And the key remains the same, to act as if it is already done. There is a profound sacredness in this truth. It is not merely technique, it is the very blueprint of creation. God imagined the world and called it good, and so do you. You imagine your desire, and call it done. You become the creator in your own experience, not separate from God, but as His beloved extension. You and the Father are one in this divine act of assuming and expressing. So go boldly, not arrogantly, but boldly, with the quiet confidence of one who knows the secret. Let your inner world become richer than any outer display. Let your dream become so vivid, so real within you, that nothing outside can dissuade you. That is the discipline of faith. That is the persistence of imagination. And that is how your reality changes, forever. And so, beloved, I leave you with this. Dare to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, not tomorrow, not when circumstances improve, but now, in this very moment. Make the bold, sacred decision to live as if it is already yours, not because the world has given you permission, but because your imagination has declared it done. This is not mere fantasy. This is the secret doorway to power, to creation, to transformation. The world will bend, reality will shift, and conditions will rearrange themselves to reflect what you persist in believing. Walk in faith, not in sight. Feel it real, and persist until the unseen becomes the seen. Act as if, and watch what happens next. For when you do, the universe has no choice but to respond. It must bring to you what you have already claimed within. That is the promise. That is the law. That is the divine gift hidden in plain sight. Now go forth, not to try, but to be, not to seek, but to assume, not to wait, but to declare. For the truth is eternal. It is already yours.
You are not separate from that which you seek. I tell you, the universe is not some distant entity. It is not a cold machinery waiting to be begged or bribed. The universe is within you, and it responds not to your words, not even to your desperate cries, but to the silent assumption that what you desire already is. Once you start asking the universe in the right way, which is not really asking at all, but assuming, then it is done. This secret is so simple that many will miss it. You see, most people go to the universe in the same way a beggar approaches a wealthy king, full of need, full of doubt, pleading for mercy. But the universe, being your very own consciousness pushed out, does not respond to begging. It responds to belief. It echoes your inner state. When you assume the state of the wish fulfilled, you are no longer asking with your words. You are declaring with your being. And in that moment, the thing you desire is already yours. Let us remove this idea of distance. The universe is not far from you. It is not out there. It is not above you or beneath you. The universe is within. You ask the universe by changing your concept of self. You do not ask it like a child pleading with a parent. You ask it like a creator placing an order into the divine imagination. When you ask with conviction, when you feel the truth of your desire as if it were already real, the universe has no choice. It rearranges itself to reflect that inner conviction. Many people will say, I have been asking the universe, but nothing is happening. To them I say this, what was your inner state when you asked? Did you ask from lack, or did you ask from fulfillment? Did you feel the joy of possession, or the frustration of delay? For the universe is a mirror. It does not give you what you want. It gives you what you are. If you are in the state of not having, of hoping, of waiting, then you will continue to experience more of that waiting. But if you enter the state of already having, already being, already enjoying, then the universe rushes to confirm it. There is a great difference between asking and assuming. The one who assumes does not beg. They do not question. They do not waver. They know. This is the great key. Ask yes, but ask with the feeling that your prayer is already answered. Ask with the knowing that what you seek is already accomplished in the invisible. You must act and live and breathe from the end. When I say it is done, I do not mean you must now try to make it happen. I mean that once the assumption is alive in you, once the feeling has taken root, the work is finished on your part. The rest unfolds naturally. You have cast the seed into the soil of imagination, and the harvest must come. There is no effort in it. The seed does not struggle to grow. It simply becomes. And so do your desires when asked with the right attitude. To ask the universe correctly is to feel the reality of your wish fulfilled now. It is to feel it so naturally, so convincingly, that you lose all desire to even look for confirmation. You know it is done. You walk differently. You speak differently. You sleep peacefully, because the desire has been claimed in consciousness, and that is the only place creation begins. The moment you impress it upon your subconscious mind with feeling, with belief, with full acceptance, the universe goes to work behind the scenes to bring it into form. Your subconscious does not argue. It does not question. It accepts what is felt as true, and the universe, being the reflection of your subconscious mind, simply echoes back that truth. So if you want love, you must feel loved. If you want wealth, you must feel wealthy. If you want healing, you must feel whole. Not someday, but now. Not when the condition changes, but before. This is the great paradox and the great secret. You must feel the change before the change appears. And once you feel it truly, it is done. You may wonder, but how do I sustain this feeling? How do I not fall back into doubt? And I say to you, return to the end again and again. Make it your dwelling place. Every time doubt arises, do not fight it. Simply close your eyes and imagine again. Return to the scene of the wish fulfilled. See it, hear it, touch it in your mind. Lose yourself in the joy of already having it. The imagination is the only door to reality. There is no other way to reach the universe except through your imagination. That is the language it understands. Once you ask the universe like this, with full faith, with unwavering feeling, with joyful expectancy, then it is done. You do not need to repeat your desire with anxiety. You do not need to check the clock or look for signs. The sign is your own conviction. The sign is your own peace. The sign is the shift within you. When your state of being matches the state of your desire, manifestation is inevitable. You must remember this. There is no outer power greater than your own inner belief. There is no force in the world that can override a persistent assumption. If you will remain loyal to the end you have imagined, the world must bow to it. It must conform, because the universe is not deciding your fate. It is reflecting your faith. And so if you change your inner conversation, if you change the way you speak to yourself, the way you see yourself, the way you feel in relation to your desire, then everything outside will change. This is not philosophy. This is law. It is immutable, like gravity. The law of assumption governs all manifestation. When you ask the universe like this with total inner alignment, then it is not even asking anymore. It is declaring. It is accepting. It is claiming. Think of the words "it is done." They are not future tense. They are not hopeful. They are final, complete. When you say "it is done," you close the door on all doubt. You refuse to entertain the opposite. You marry yourself to the reality you have created in consciousness. And that marriage, that union of imagination and belief, births the visible world. You do not have to make it happen. You only have to be it. Be in the state. Live from the end. Speak from the end. Feel from the end. When you feel it real, you do not look for proof. You become the proof. You walk with an inner certainty that no outer condition can shake. You are not influenced by appearances, because you know that appearances are only echoes of past assumptions. The new assumption you carry now will form the new world around you. So I tell you, stop waiting for the universe to do something for you. It is already done when you believe. It is done the moment you declare, in imagination and in feeling, that your wish is fulfilled. From that moment on, you no longer wait. You prepare. You no longer hope. You expect. You no longer question. you receive. This is not a technique to manipulate life. This is how life works. You are always asking the universe, whether you know it or not. Every thought, every feeling, every self-concept is a request. But the universe does not judge your requests. It fulfills whatever you are most loyal to in consciousness. So if you persist in fear, it gives you more to fear. If you persist in joy, it gives you more to celebrate. If you persist in the feeling that your desire is already real, it cannot help but show you the fruits of that belief. When Jesus said, "What things soever you desire, when you pray, believe that you have received them, and you shall have them," he was speaking the law. Believe that you have received them, not will receive but have. This is the key. The believing is the receiving. The moment you believe it is yours, it is. You may be tempted to ask again and again, out of fear that the universe did not hear you the first time. But hear me now. Repetition without faith is noise. Repetition with faith is power. You do not need to ask many times when the first asking was filled with feeling. What you do need is to persist in the assumption, to live from it, to rest in it. That is the true prayer. Sustained belief in the invisible reality. Everything begins in the unseen. Everything begins in the unseen. Everything begins in imagination. And the unseen is not less real. It is more real. The visible world is but a shadow of the inner world. You must go within to change the without. You must feel it first to see it later. The world will tell you to wait until you see it to believe. But the truth is, you will never see it until you believe. Once you start asking the universe like this, as a master, not a beggar, as a creator, not a victim, as one who knows, not one who doubts, then you will discover that you are the universe, that the voice you thought was asking is the voice that answers, that the power you thought was outside of you was always within, and in that realization you are free. So I leave you with this truth. All things are possible to the one who assumes. All things are yours when you accept them in consciousness. Do not wait for the world to confirm your desire. Confirm it within yourself. Live as if it were so. Speak as if it were so. Feel as if it were so. And it will be so. Because once you start asking the universe like this, it is done. This is why you must be vigilant with your thoughts. Not through force or control, but through awareness. Notice what you are assuming throughout the day. Are you assuming that you are still waiting? Are you assuming that your manifestation is difficult, far away, or uncertain? Then that is exactly what the universe reflects. But if you rise into the higher assumption, the bold assumption that what you want is already yours, then reality bends to that state. You are always being answered, but the answer matches your dominant state of being. The language of the universe is not English or any spoken word. It is feeling. If you ask with your words but contradict yourself with your feelings, it is your feelings that win. The universe listens to what you are, not what you say. That is why so many prayers go unanswered. Not because they were not heard, but because they were not felt as true. You must ask with the feeling of fulfillment. You must feel the joy, the gratitude, the ease that comes with knowing that your desire is already manifest in the unseen. This is the asking that changes everything. This is the asking that opens the floodgates. And once you taste that feeling of alignment, once you ask from the mountaintop rather than the valley, something within you shifts permanently. You no longer seek confirmation from the outer world. You no longer chase the thing. You become the thing. This is not imagination as fantasy. This is imagination as creation. The world you see is nothing but crystallized imagination, hardened over time by persistent belief. You may not remember what you assumed yesterday or last week, but your present reality is revealing it to you. So if you want to change your reality, you must begin by changing what you are assuming now, not tomorrow, not when it feels convenient. Now, when you close your eyes and dwell in the scene that implies your wish is fulfilled, you are not escaping reality. You are entering the only reality that matters. The inner state precedes the outer form. Everything begins as a seed of thought, watered by feeling, grown through repetition and belief. And the universe simply does what it always does. It responds, unfailingly, lovingly, without hesitation. And so I tell you, do not measure your progress by appearances. Appearances are shadows. They are echoes. They are the slow unfolding of what was once invisible. You must trust the unseen more than the seen. You must believe in the world of imagination more than the world of facts. For facts change, but truth remains. And the truth is you are already one with your desire.
The moment you feel it to be so, ask like the creator you are. Ask like one who commands, not arrogantly, but with the humility of knowing that you and the universe are not separate. There is no need to scream or strive. The whisper of conviction is louder than the shout of desperation. Feel it in silence. Assume it in stillness. Let the feeling soak into every corner of your being, until there is no room for doubt, only knowing. The more you do this, the easier it becomes. The inner world becomes more vivid, more alive, more powerful. And then the outer world, without effort or strain, follows suit. You begin to notice synchronicities, subtle shifts, unexpected openings. People, circumstances, and opportunities appear as if out of thin air. But they are not coincidences. They are echoes of your new state. You must persist in the feeling of the wish fulfilled, not as a chore, but as a joy. It is not meant to be work. It is meant to be your natural state. What feels more natural? Worrying about how it will come, or delighting in the feeling that it is already here? The latter is the only path that works, not because it's easy, but because it's law. If you fall into doubt, do not condemn yourself. Simply return. Return to the state. Return to the end. Return to the scene that implies fulfillment. You are never far from it. Imagination is always one thought away, and that thought, when believed, becomes your world. What you are now conscious of being is what you are becoming, and you can become anything, anything at all, by becoming conscious of being. You do not have to ask permission. You do not have to wait for conditions. You do not need a reason. The universe does not ask why. It only says yes. Whatever you believe, it says yes. Whatever you assume, it says yes. Whatever you accept as true, it says yes. It cannot say no, because it is you. So ask differently. Ask not with fear, but with love. Ask not with doubt, but with certainty. Ask not with hope, but with knowing. Ask not as one who lacks, but as one who already is. This is how you move mountains. This is how you call forth miracles. This is how you awaken to the truth that all things are possible. Not later, not someday, but now.
You are not waiting for the universe to act. The universe is waiting for you to assume. Waiting for you to feel it real. Waiting for you to drop the illusion of time and step into the eternal now, where all things are already yours. It is not difficult. It is not complex, but it does require courage. The courage to believe without evidence. The courage to assume what the senses deny. The courage to walk by faith, not by sight. This courage is the gateway to power. The moment you choose to assume the best, regardless of appearances, you reclaim your power. You reclaim your place as the creator of your experience. You stop reacting and start directing. You stop asking why and start asking as if you no longer ask, can it happen? You ask from the position that it already has. And so the inner shift becomes the outer shift. The outer world bends, sometimes subtly, sometimes dramatically, to accommodate your new assumption. And in those moments you realize that the change was not in the world, it was in you. The world simply followed. So when you ask the universe like this, not with effort but with embodiment, not with pleading but with peace, then creation is complete. You no longer need to make anything happen. You rest. You know. You trust. You prepare. You live from the reality that is already done in the unseen, knowing that time is only the bridge between the inner and the outer. This is the true art of asking, not from the state of being separate from your desire, but from the unity of already having it. Not from a place of hoping, but from a place of being. That is what asking really means. To ask the universe is to align with the frequency of your desire, to tune yourself like an instrument to the melody of fulfillment. And when you are in tune, the song plays, the manifestation appears, the reality reflects, and still there is no magic trick. There is no spell, only law, divine law, immutable, unchanging, ever responsive. It waits for your instruction, not in the form of commands, but in the form of identity. What are you now identifying as? What are you now conscious of being? For that is your true prayer. That is your asking. That is your order to the universe. You can be, do, and have anything, if you will only dare to assume it first. That is the power you were born with.
That is the truth the world does not teach. But it is the truth that will set you free. So you persist, not through force or repetition of empty words, but through the gentle, quiet insistence of your own inner vision. You return to the feeling of already having it, again and again, until it becomes natural. You do not wait for signs. You become the sign. You become the signal to which the universe must respond. This is why your inner conversations matter. The things you say to yourself, in silence and in solitude, are the blueprint of your future. If your inner dialogue is saturated with fear, lack, and complaint, then those states must echo into form. But if you begin to talk to yourself as the person who already has it, as the one who already is successful, loved, abundant, healthy, then reality must conform to that new pattern. It has no choice. This is the sacred law of assumption. That which you assume to be true, consistently and with feeling, becomes your lived experience. The law is not swayed by how long you have wanted it, how hard you have worked, or how much you think you deserve it. The law only responds to your state. Your state is the magnet. Your state is the cause. Everything else is effect. So shift the cause. Do not tinker with the mirror. Do not chase shadows. Go to the root. Ask not from the posture of the beggar, but from the throne of the Creator. Sit there, mentally. Dwell there. Feast in imagination on the fulfillment of your dream, and let the joy of that feast carry into every moment. You will not need to shout, plead, or manipulate. The assumption does the work. The feeling does the work. You'll begin to notice things you used to strive for begin to come easily. People treat you differently. Money appears in places you didn't expect. Your body feels stronger, lighter. You smile more without reason. And none of it is a mystery, because you know it began when you changed how you asked. It began when you stopped reaching out and started reaching within. It began when you claimed the end as now. The world is not outside you. It is within you, pushed out. And every day the universe asks you a question, though you do not hear it in words. Who do you assume yourself to be today? And your answer, not through speech, but through feeling, becomes your command. If you assume yourself to be lacking, then you shall be. If you assume yourself to be full, complete, blessed, abundant, then you shall be. It is not a matter of effort. It is a matter of identity. So you must no longer ask if it is coming. That is not the right question. The right question is, am I being the one who already has it? For that question contains the secret of all creation. The one who has already received does not ask in fear. The one who has already received gives thanks. The one who has already received walks as if it is done, because it is. Imagination is the workshop of the divine. It is where all things begin. If you can imagine it clearly and feel it deeply, then it exists. And what exists in imagination, when persisted in, must appear in your world. This is not poetry, it is law. And the only reason most do not see it work is because they ask as those who do not believe. They ask with contradiction in their heart. They ask from the state of not having, and then wonder why that same state continues. But when you ask in the right way, when you ask like it's already done, then the universe bows to your conviction. It reorganizes, it reshapes, it clears the path, brings the people, unlocks the doors, and often it does so quietly, without fanfare. It feels natural, because it is. You are not forcing miracles, you are allowing them. You are stepping into alignment with what has always been yours. There is a great stillness in this kind of asking, a peace, a confidence that does not need to be loud. And in that stillness you begin to see clearly. You see that reality is malleable, fluid, ready to take the shape of your inner world. You begin to live as the one who is always provided for. You begin to trust, not because you have proof, but because you know the truth, that what you assume becomes. This is not about control. It is about surrender. Not surrender to circumstances, but surrender to the truth that you are the operant power, that nothing can happen without your assumption giving it life. And so you relax. You no longer need to force the outcome. You rest in the end. You relax into the fulfillment.
And this very relaxation is power. There is great strength in letting go of the need to make it happen, in trusting the seed you planted in consciousness, in watching the invisible forces of life rearrange themselves to reflect your new inner identity. And you become a witness, a joyful, calm witness to the miracle of your own assumption becoming flesh. When you ask like this, when you feel the wish fulfilled and walk in the assumption of already being, it is done. Not it will be done, not it might be done. It is done. The moment you claim it inwardly, it begins to materialize outwardly, and time becomes irrelevant. Whether it appears in a day or a month does not matter. What matters is that you no longer wait in doubt. You wait in knowing, and knowing is the greatest power of all. Every desire you hold is already complete in imagination. It is not something you have to build from scratch. It already exists in the unseen. You simply tune to it, embody it, align with it, and then watch it unfold. You do not need to chase it. You do not need to grasp. You need only to become the version of you who already has it. That version already exists. That version is calling you. And when you answer, not with striving but with being, then the universe responds instantly. You become the magnet. You become the point of attraction. You become the center of your own creation, no longer at the mercy of circumstances. And it all begins with a new kind of asking. Not the old way, not the pleading or wishing, but the divine way. The way of feeling it real, the way of assuming it done, the way of walking as if the promise is already fulfilled. In that way of asking, there is no delay, there is no denial, there is only alignment, there is only alignment, there is only reflection, there is only the great truth revealed, that the world is your mirror, and your imagination is the sculptor. So now you live in the end, not as a tactic, not as a temporary experiment, but as your new truth. You greet each day from the state of the wish fulfilled. You put on that feeling like a garment, and you wear it in all that you do. You speak from it, you act from it, you love from it, and as you persist, what was once invisible begins to take form in the visible. What was once an inner knowing begins to show itself in the facts of your life. People around you may call it luck, or coincidence, or divine timing, but you know the cause. You know that the outer is only the shadow of the inner, and you do not need to explain or justify. You simply continue in your knowing, unshaken by appearances, unmoved by delay, untouched by doubt, because your assumption is alive. It is real, and it is working. Even when nothing seems to be changing, you understand that everything is changing. You trust the unseen. You trust the law. You trust the process. And you keep your attention not on what is lacking, but on what is already true in imagination. For that is the secret most do not grasp. It is not about reacting to what is, but creating from what you have accepted as real. That inner acceptance is the key. That silent yes is your command. You no longer ask out of desperation. You ask with joy. You no longer seek signs. You become the sign. You no longer count the days. You dwell in timeless fulfillment. This is the way of the mystic. This is the path of the awakened creator. This is what it means to ask the universe in the way that guarantees manifestation. You are not waiting for life to approve of you. You are not waiting for some external permission. You have already said yes to yourself, and now the universe echoes that yes in everything it brings. Each day becomes a reaffirmation. Each moment a quiet declaration. It is done. Even as your senses deny it, even as the world tempts you to doubt, you remain faithful. You remain inwardly anchored. You keep walking in the assumption, and that assumption carries you through all appearances of lack, all moments of delay, all shadows of fear. Because the assumption, when truly felt, is stronger than the world. It's not a question of if it will happen. It is a matter of alignment. And alignment is not about effort. It is about feeling. Feel it real. Not once, not occasionally, but consistently. Whenever you remember, return to the end. Return to the version of you who already has what you desire. Let your mind dwell there. Let your heart feast there. Let your spirit rest there. This is the practice. This is the secret. Not to force reality to obey you, but to become the version of you that reality must reflect. It is not about fixing the world. It is about transforming your state. For your state is your world. And when the state changes, everything else must follow. You may find yourself surprised how easily things begin to unfold, how people begin to respond differently, how opportunities seem to find you. But it is not luck, it is law, and you realize that your entire life is the product of what you have assumed to be true about yourself and your world. Nothing was ever denied you, only delayed by disbelief. So you ask, not because you lack, but because you know. You know the moment you feel it, it is already yours. You walk into the room as the person who already has what they once sought. You live from the end, and life must conform. This is the power of conscious creation. This is the sacred art of feeling it real. Now you no longer feel the need to convince anyone. You no longer argue, prove, or explain. You simply live in your inner world and let the outer catch up. You know that consciousness is the only reality, and so you guard your inner state with reverence. You watch your thoughts, you tend to your emotions, you curate your inner conversations, because these are the tools, these are the instruments of creation. You see the world as malleable, as plastic, as something waiting for your instruction, and your instruction is silent. It is felt, it is embodied. You no longer rely on others to give you what you already have in imagination. You no longer look outside for validation. You give it to yourself. This confidence is not arrogance. It is the natural result of knowing who you truly are. You are the operant power. You are the one with the authority to claim and assume and receive. The universe is not outside you, granting favors to the worthy. It is within you, echoing back your deepest assumptions. When you assume, you create. When you feel it real, you give it life. When you persist in the state of the wish fulfilled, you command reality with quiet authority. This is how it works. This is how it has always worked. You begin to understand that every moment is an opportunity to shift into a new reality. Every thought is a doorway, every feeling a seed, and your job is not to control the world, but to select the state. Once the state is selected and fully embodied, the world must reflect it. What is the right state? It is the one where your desire is already fulfilled. It is the state of gratitude, of peace, of quiet knowing. It is not a performance. It is not pretending. It is becoming. Becoming the version of yourself that already knows the answer, already lives the dream, already holds the miracle. And so day by day, moment by moment, you ask like this, not with begging, not with hoping, but with faith, with feeling, with certainty. You ask, and you receive, not because you are lucky, but because you are aligned. You are the cause. You are the seed. You are the beginning of every manifestation. This is what it means to live from imagination. This is what it means to be a conscious creator. This is the path Neville Goddard walked and taught and demonstrated through every word. And this path is yours now, if you choose it. Not someday, but now. Not later, but here. And so, beloved, understand this with unwavering clarity. The moment you ask the universe from the state of the wish fulfilled, not as someone hoping, but as someone knowing, it is done. This is not theory. This is law. The world bends not to your words, but to your assumption. Creation is finished. Your desire already exists. The only task that remains is for you to become the one who has already received it. Walk from this moment forward, as if your wish were already a living, breathing fact. Speak, move, and feel from the end. Make no room for doubt, for hesitation, for delay. They have no power unless you give it to them. You are the operant power, and when you ask the universe like this, as the one who already is, already has, already knows, then truly, the universe has no choice but to comply. You do not chase. You do not strive. You assume, and in that assumption worlds are made, doors open, mountains move, and what once seemed impossible becomes inevitable. So ask, and know, assume, and rest. Feel it real, and let the world reflect your inner certainty. For the moment you align with the state of the fulfilled desire, it is done.
There is a silent turning point within you, a quiet yet mighty awakening. The world you knew, the limits you once accepted, the doubts that whispered not yet, they are dissolving. Why? Because you are entering your millionaire phase. This phase is not something the world gives you, it is something you claim within. Wealth is not outside you waiting to be earned through toil, no. Wealth is the result of a seed already planted in your consciousness, and now it begins to bloom. You do not become wealthy, you realize that you are already the source of wealth. All abundance flows through your awareness. All riches respond to your assumption of having them. Dare now to walk in the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Not tomorrow, not one day, right now. See yourself already living the life that reflects your inner royalty. Let that feeling rise up in your chest, settle in your bones, become your new identity. This is your phase, your millionaire phase. The outer world may show you bank balances, bills, or burdens. Do not flinch. Do not give it power. That world is only the reflection of yesterday's state. Today, you choose a new one. Today you claim your inheritance. You do not beg for wealth. You do not chase it. You become the one who has it. Stand tall, even if your hands are empty. Speak boldly, even if the world has yet to catch up. The moment you assume the feeling of wealth, the universe bows to your inner command. Circumstances will rearrange. People will appear. Opportunities will open. Because you dare to dwell in the end. Let it be clear, you are not preparing to be rich. You are not hoping for wealth. You are living from wealth. That is the secret, and that is your power. You are not waiting for your millionaire phase. You are in it now. Feel it, walk in it, live it. The world will follow. You are already the millionaire within. This is not a poetic idea. It is a truth, eternal and unshakable. The wealth you seek in the outer world is but a mirror of what you hold within your consciousness. Until you see yourself as wealthy, until you feel it deep within your being, no effort, strategy, or struggle will bring it into lasting form. All external riches are shadows, cast by the light of your inner belief. The world will always reflect back to you the dominant assumption you carry. If you believe you are lacking, that belief crystallizes into your experiences. Missed opportunities, financial setbacks, limitations at every turn. But if you dare to turn your focus inward and revise the belief you hold about yourself, the outer world must rearrange itself accordingly. This is not superstition or blind optimism. It is law. You were not born to struggle, to chase endlessly, or to prove your worth. You were born whole, complete, and rich in essence. You are the operant power, the source from which all things flow. To claim the millionaire within is not arrogance, it is alignment with your true nature. And the moment you assume this identity in consciousness, the entire universe begins to echo that assumption in the world around you. Imagine for a moment that all your physical possessions vanished overnight. Even then you would not be poor. Why? Because the consciousness of wealth, once attained, cannot be taken. It will restore all things, the cars, the homes, the accounts, the opportunities. They are expressions of a deeper state. When you live from the state of abundance, the material world becomes a servant to your inner command. But how do you step into this state? You do not wait for money to appear to feel wealthy. That is the old way. That is living from effect, not cause. Instead, you move first in imagination. You feel the joy of freedom, the peace of security, the confidence of having more than enough. You walk in that identity as if it were already true. You persist in it, not to force the world, but because you know that the world is only catching up to who you now believe you are. Most people live backwards. They believe if they work hard enough, if they wait long enough, if they suffer nobly enough, eventually life will reward them. But the truth is simpler and more profound. Life always mirrors what you believe you are worthy of. The belief comes first, the experience follows. You are already the millionaire within, not because you possess the material symbols, but because you have remembered your source, because you have awakened to the truth that your consciousness is the birthplace of all riches. When you stop seeking wealth and begin expressing it, you step into alignment. You begin to embody the state that magnetizes prosperity effortlessly. Do not underestimate your power. Do not look outward for validation. Instead, go within. See yourself clearly, not as one becoming wealthy, but as one who already is. Cultivate that identity. Dwell in it. Think from it. Speak from it. And soon the world will reflect what you've always truly been. Wealthy, worthy, and wildly abundant. Imagination is the true currency of creation. It is the silent force behind every great invention, every transformation, every elevation in life. Before anything appears in the physical world, it is first born in the unseen world of the mind. What you vividly imagine, you inevitably experience, not by chance but by law. The world you walk through each day is not happening to you, it is happening from you, shaped and colored by the images you habitually hold within. Most people believe they must wait until something changes outside of them to feel different on the inside, but the truth is reversed. When you begin to feel something different on the inside, when you dare to imagine a better reality as if it were already yours, the outer world shifts to match it. Your imagination is not a child's toy or idle fantasy. It is the very mechanism through which you create your future. Think of your imagination as a sacred workshop. Every image you place on its canvas, every feeling you generate with those images, is like currency spent into the universe. When you imagine clearly, vividly, and consistently, you are paying the price for your desires in full. The transaction may not be instant, but it is guaranteed. Just as a seed takes time to blossom, so too will your imagined states become visible. You are always imagining, whether you realize it or not. The inner conversations you have, the scenarios you replay, the outcomes you dwell on, they are not meaningless. They are blueprints, and the universe, without judgment or hesitation, builds according to your blueprint. If you constantly imagine loss, limitation, or rejection, life will mirror those assumptions. But the moment you begin to imagine success, ease, abundance, and joy with conviction, you send a new instruction to reality. This is why you must become disciplined in your inner world. If imagination is the currency, then attention is the spender. Wherever your attention goes, your imagination begins its work. To master your life, you must first master where and how you place your attention. You must withdraw it from what is and invest it in what can be, not in wishful daydreams, but in purposeful imagining, as if what you desire is already unfolding. When you imagine correctly, it feels real. The emotions rise naturally. You walk lighter, think clearer, and act from a place of inner certainty. This is not pretending, it is aligning. It is choosing to dwell in a higher state of being and allowing the physical world to follow, and it always does. All great minds throughout history, all visionaries and pioneers, have understood this principle whether they named it or not. They imagined boldly. They lived from the future they saw within, not from the present circumstances others accepted, and the world bent to meet their vision. So now, ask yourself, what am I imagining daily? What emotional reality am I planting with my thoughts? The answer to those questions reveals everything about your life's direction. You do not need permission to change your life. You do not need resources, connections, or even perfect timing. You only need one thing: a clear, persistent image of the life you desire, felt as real and held with unwavering faith. Imagination is the true currency of creation. Spend it wisely. Invest in the world you wish to live in, and soon that world will be yours to walk through. Assume the feeling of wealth. Let it sink deep into your bones, not as a fantasy, not as a future goal, but as your present reality. To manifest riches, you must first emotionally dwell in the state of already having them. This is the great secret that most overlook. You do not receive wealth and then feel rich. You feel rich and then you receive wealth. Emotion is the bridge between the invisible and the visible, between thought and form. You are not trying to trick the universe, you are not faking anything, you are aligning with the truth that your inner state creates your outer world. When you assume the feeling of wealth, you are not hoping, you are claiming. You are stepping into the role of someone who already lives in abundance, who already moves with confidence, ease, and freedom. That feeling becomes your compass, and as you persist in it, life begins to mirror it back in unexpected ways. This is not about pretending to have money you don't have. It is about tuning into the emotional frequency of abundance. What does wealth feel like in your body? How do you walk when you feel secure? How do you speak, breathe, and make decisions when you know that everything you need is already provided? That's the state you must learn to inhabit, not once, but as a way of being. When you live from the feeling of wealth, you stop chasing, you stop struggling, you move from lack into presence, from desperation into calm authority, and from that state, you naturally attract people, ideas, and circumstances that reflect your new inner posture. It is not about effort, it is about energetic alignment. What you are being is always more powerful than what you are doing. Most people live in a state of not yet. They feel poor and hope one day they will feel rich. But that one day never comes, because they are reinforcing the very reality they want to escape. The universe does not respond to your wishes, it responds to your assumptions. If you constantly feel like you don't have enough, that feeling becomes your instruction to life. But when you boldly assume the feeling of already having enough, you shift your point of attraction completely. Your subconscious mind is always listening. It does not respond to words, it responds to feelings. You can say, "I am wealthy" 1,000 times, but if you feel fear, doubt, or emptiness inside, that is what will continue to express. The key is to move beyond mere affirmation and into genuine assumption. Feel it as if it were already true. Let that feeling take root in your imagination. Nourish it with repetition, with stillness, and with gratitude. You can assume this feeling in silence, in meditation, in your daily walk. You can rehearse scenes in your mind where you are already living the life you desire. See it, hear it, most importantly, feel it, and then go about your day as though it were already done. This is not a technique, it is a lifestyle. To assume the feeling of wealth is to rise above appearances and choose your reality from within. When you live from this place, the world bends quietly to match your inner world. Feel rich now, not because the world says you are, but because you decide to be. That is where all transformation begins. Reject the evidence of the senses. What you see, hear, touch, and experience in the outer world is not the full truth. It is merely the shadow cast by previous thoughts, beliefs, and assumptions. The world around you is not cause but effect. It is the echo of who you were, not a reflection of who you are becoming. If you continue to give power to the senses, to react to the visible, you will stay bound to a cycle of repetition. True wealth, true transformation, begins in the unseen realm, within your consciousness. The senses are limited. They only report what is, not what can be. They are mirrors, not creators. They show you the residual effects of your old inner world, not the possibilities that lie ahead. If you look at your current bank account, your environment, your job, or your circumstances and say, "This is my truth," you are being deceived. That is not your truth. That is your past made visible. Your truth lives in your imagination, in the feelings you dare to embody despite what the world appears to be. To reject the evidence of the senses is not denial, it is discipline. It is choosing to walk by inner vision, not by external fact. You are not ignoring reality, you are refusing to let it define you. This is a powerful shift, one that very few are willing to make. But those who do begin to access a deeper level of creation. They realize they are not at the mercy of life, they are the authors of it. When you decide to assume wealth, you will likely be surrounded by the opposite. Bills may be due, opportunities may feel scarce, but these conditions are not a reflection of your destiny. They are the residue of old patterns. They have no power unless you feed them with fear or doubt. To rise above them, you must go within. You must persist in the feeling of wealth, in the knowing that something new is already forming, unseen but real. Every major breakthrough in life requires you to ignore the present in favor of the future you've already accepted in your imagination. It demands faith, not in a vague spiritual sense, but in a concrete, focused confidence that your inner world will shape your outer one. This is the secret of all transformation. Persist in the unseen, and the seen must conform. So when your senses tell you it's impossible, smile. When the facts scream lack, breathe. When the world appears stagnant, stand firm in your inner conviction. Say quietly within yourself, this is only the echo. I no longer live here. Withdraw your energy from appearances and invest it in vision. What you feed grows. Feed the unseen. The unseen realm, your imagination, your assumption, your emotion, is where wealth is born. That's where the seed is planted. And like any seed, it takes time to push through the soil. Do not judge the seed by what you see above ground. Trust the process. Persist in the unseen until it becomes the seen. Reject the evidence of the senses. Walk by faith in the reality you have chosen. And soon, what was once invisible will become your new world, rich, abundant, and aligned with your true identity. Persistence in the assumption is key. This is the difference between those who dream and those who manifest, between those who wish for a better life and those who live it. You must understand, your outer world does not yield to a single thought, a fleeting feeling, or a half-hearted desire. It conforms instead to the inner state you dwell in most consistently. What you assume to be true and hold as real with unwavering faith becomes the foundation upon which your life is built. The process of transformation does not happen in a single moment of inspiration. It unfolds through persistence, by continually returning to the state of the wish fulfilled, regardless of appearances. This means that when doubt creeps in, when the senses report lack or failure, when things seem unchanged, you remain unmoved. You do not react. You do not question. You return again and again to the inner knowing that it is already done. This is not about effort or force. It is not about working harder or thinking more intensely. It is about steadiness, about developing an inner stillness so rooted in your assumption that nothing can shake it. The world may seem slow to respond. The people around you may not understand, but none of that matters. Reality must bend to your dominant inner state, just as water must flow to fill the shape of the container. When you assume a thing to be true and persist in that assumption, everything begins to rearrange itself to support it. New people enter your life, old doors close and new ones open, ideas spark, events align, but it is not your job to force this process. It is only your responsibility to maintain your inner atmosphere, to stay loyal to the feeling of the wish fulfilled, no matter what the external world says. Many give up too soon. They imagine briefly, feel hopeful, and then return to fear when things don't change quickly. They undo their own work by doubting the invisible, by letting the senses dictate what is real. But the law of assumption is not governed by speed, it is governed by persistence. You cannot plant a seed and dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You must trust that it is, and water it daily with faith. You must live inwardly from the result you seek. Carry yourself as though it has already happened. Speak from it, think from it, feel from it. This is how creation works. From within out, never from without in. The longer you dwell in the state of having what you desire, the more natural it becomes, and once it feels natural, it must express itself. There is no power outside of you deciding your fate. You are the operant power. Your assumptions harden into facts, not because you are forcing them, but because you are sustaining them. Without this, a transformation is impossible. As soon as you notice a so do not waver. Do not be swayed by delays or appearances. Keep returning to your vision. Keep feeling it real. Let the world adjust itself in due time, as it always does. With persistence, the unseen becomes seen, and your inner world becomes your outer reality. You are the operant power. This truth is simple, yet profound, and for many, difficult to accept. But once accepted, it changes everything. No one else creates your reality. No circumstance, no government, no upbringing, no economy, no person outside of you has the authority to shape your destiny unless you give them that power. The power to become wealthy, successful, joyful, and free lies within you and always has. You were not born to react to life but to create it. Every thought you dwell on, every emotion you embody, every assumption you persist in becomes a blueprint for your reality. The world is not happening to you, it is responding to you. It is mirroring back the inner images you carry and the identity you believe is yours. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are the cause of it, and when you take full responsibility for that truth, you reclaim your power. Too often, people look outside themselves, hoping someone or something will save them, give them permission, or open the door. But life doesn't work that way. The door opens the moment you realize it was never locked. You have the key, and the key is your consciousness. When you change the way you see yourself, when you assume a new identity and persist in that state, everything around you begins to shift. If you want to become wealthy, you must first stop seeing wealth as something separate from you. Stop chasing it as though it were outside of you. Instead, turn inward. See yourself as the source of all abundance. Believe that wealth is your natural state, not something to earn, but something to express. It begins with an internal decision. I am wealthy. That decision, when persisted in, becomes your new reality. Being the operant power means you no longer wait. You no longer hope. You decide. You feel. You imagine. And you assume. These are not passive acts. They are creative acts. You do not need permission from the world. The world must conform to you once your inner reality is stable and consistent. It has no choice. That is the law. This doesn't mean you won't face challenges. It doesn't mean everything appears instantly. But it does mean that once you have impressed a new belief into your subconscious, and once you live from that belief without wavering, your external world will catch up. It always does. Reality is not fixed. It is fluid, shaped by the dominant state of being you occupy. So stop giving your power away. Stop blaming the past, the present, or the people around you. None of them have the power to define you unless you allow it. You are the operant power. You are the one who decides what is true for you. You are the one who imagines, assumes, and sustains the new state. And that sustained inner state is what gives birth to wealth, success, relationships, and transformation. Nothing outside of you has to change first. You must change your concept of self. You must begin to see yourself differently and feel from that place as though it is already done. Hold that feeling, live from it, and you will come to see that the power you've been searching for was never outside. It was always within you, waiting for you to claim it. You are not here to wait, to wish, or to wonder. You are here to create, boldly, intentionally, and powerfully. Within you lies the seed of wealth, the blueprint of success, and the authority to transform your entire reality. Your imagination is your tool, your assumption is your foundation, and your persistence is your power. You do not need to chase riches, they flow naturally. To the one who accepts abundance as their truth, the millionaire phase you're stepping into is not about money alone. It's about identity. It's about embodying a state of consciousness where wealth is not a goal. It is a reflection of who you are. You already are the millionaire within. Your thoughts shape your future. Your feelings build your world. And your unwavering inner knowing is the key to every breakthrough. Reject the noise of the outside world. Walk by inner vision. Assume the best. Persist in the unseen, and remember, you are the operant power. The world is waiting to mirror your truth. Live it, feel it, be it. You are already in your millionaire phase. Claim it now.
God has already spoken over your life, and tonight is the night that you will see the manifestation of what He has promised. Your journey has not been in vain. Through the trials, the tests, the long nights of uncertainty, God has been with you, leading you, strengthening you. You may have doubted at times, you may have questioned whether this moment would ever come, but now you stand at the threshold of a divine breakthrough. You see, the key to unlocking what's rightfully yours has always been within you. It was never about your circumstances or the people around you. It was always about your ability to believe in the unseen, to trust in the voice that speaks to your heart, even when the world tells you it's impossible. Tonight, that belief will be rewarded. God has already decreed it. His word cannot fail. His promises are sure. And right now, at this very moment, you are stepping into the fullness of what He has promised you. You have passed the test. The storm you've weathered has been preparation. The battles you've fought, the pain you've endured, and the patience you've learned, all of it has shaped you into who you are today. And today, the door of opportunity swings wide open. You are no longer the person you were yesterday. The person who doubted, the person who feared, the person who struggled. Tonight, you will see the fruit of your perseverance. What you've asked for is on its way, but it is not just what you've asked for. It is more than that. It is what you've become in the process. You have learned how to trust when there was no reason to, how to believe when the world told you it was foolish. And that trust, that unwavering faith, has positioned you for the blessing that is coming tonight. The world may not see it yet, but in the realm of the Spirit has already been done. God has already prepared the way. What was once invisible is about to become visible. The doors that seem closed will swing wide open. The people who seem to block your path will begin to clear the way. The very things that were meant to break you will now become the stepping stones for your promotion. You are chosen. You have been set apart for such a time as this. And as you stand on the edge of what is about to unfold, do not let fear or doubt creep in. What is coming is not too much for you. It is exactly what you've been prepared for. You will not fail. You will not fall short. You will rise, and you will rise higher than you've ever dreamed. Your reward is not just in the physical things that are coming, but in the peace, the joy, and the unwavering confidence in knowing that God has never let you down, and He never will. So stand firm tonight. Stand in expectation. Stand in faith. Your reward is here. It is not just a promise for the future. It is a reality for tonight. You've passed the test, and now the manifestation of everything you have believed in is about to unfold. You are ready. The time is now. You have made it through what many would have considered impossible. The trials that once seemed insurmountable now serve as proof of your strength, your resilience, and your unwavering belief. It wasn't always easy, was it? The tears, the heartache, the days when you felt alone. But now you understand something profound. It was all a part of the process. Each struggle, each challenge was shaping you into the person you needed to become in order to carry the weight of the blessing that is coming your way. Tonight, your reward is coming. You've been chosen for this. This isn't a coincidence or random happenstance. You were always meant to stand in this moment to experience this divine unfolding. The very things you've longed for, prayed for, and believed in are now entering your life. Not because of anything you've done to earn them, but because you have trusted God in the silence, in the waiting, and in the storm. When you were uncertain, God was sure. When you couldn't see the path ahead, He already had it paved. When your heart grew weary, His strength carried you. And now, as you stand on the cusp of this incredible reward, know that all of heaven is rejoicing with you. You are not stepping into this moment alone. God is with you, guiding you and filling you with His power and His grace. As you reflect on your journey, consider how far you've come. There was a time when you doubted you would even make it this far. The challenges seemed too great, the opposition too strong, yet here you are, stronger, wiser, and more grounded in your faith than ever before. Those very obstacles that were meant to break you have only served to build you. They have refined your character, deepened your trust in God, and elevated your spiritual awareness. You see, it's not just about the material blessings that are coming. It's about the transformation that has taken place in your heart, mind, and spirit. You've learned to stand firm in the midst of chaos. You've learned to believe even when the evidence suggested otherwise. You've learned to speak things into existence, to declare that what God has promised He will bring to pass. And now you will see it. You will see what has been spoken over your life. You will see the manifestation of everything you believed and hoped for. There's a reason why tonight is so significant. It's not just another night. It's the night that God has ordained for your breakthrough. It's the moment when the heavens open and pour down the blessings you've been waiting for. It's the moment when your prayers are answered, when your dreams are realized, when your heart is filled with the joy and peace that only God can give. You have been faithful in the small things, and now God is about to reward you with greater things. Your obedience, your perseverance, your trust in Him have positioned you for this. This is not a reward you could have earned by your own strength or effort. It's a divine reward, a manifestation of God's grace, mercy, and love for you. His timing is perfect, and tonight His timing is unfolding in your life. You might be wondering how it will all happen. How will the doors open? How will the blessings pour in? Understand this: when God moves, He moves in ways you cannot predict. He is not bound by time, space, or circumstances. What may seem impossible to the natural eye is easy for God. He has already made a way for you, a way that will surpass your expectations. As you stand in faith, know that God is already moving behind the scenes, orchestrating every detail of your life for your good. There's something you need to understand in this moment. The reward that is coming is not just for you alone. It is meant to bless others, to show others the power of God's love and grace. You were chosen not just for your own blessing, but to be a beacon of hope and light to those around you. Your victory will inspire others to believe that they too can overcome. Your testimony will serve as proof that nothing is impossible for God, that no matter how dark the season, joy comes in the morning. This is your moment of elevation. You are stepping into a new chapter of your life, a chapter where God's promises are no longer just words spoken over you, but are now manifesting in your reality. You are being elevated to a higher level. Your dreams are no longer distant hopes, but tangible realities that you can touch, see, and experience. This is the reward for your faithfulness, for your trust, for your unwavering belief that God will fulfill His promises. And even as you step into this new season, understand that your journey is far from over. This is not the end, this is just the beginning. What God has in store for you is greater than anything you could have imagined. The reward you're receiving tonight is only a taste of what's to come. As you continue to walk in faith, continue to trust, continue to believe, God will take you from glory to glory. He will lead you to places you never thought possible, opening doors that no man can shut and pouring out blessings that will overflow. The best part is that you are ready for it. You have passed the test. You have proven that you can handle the blessing that is coming your way. God does not give to those who are unprepared. He does not pour out His promises on those who are not ready to receive them. But you are ready, your heart is open, your faith is strong, and your mind is aligned with God's purpose for your life. You are prepared for this divine manifestation. The reward you will receive tonight is not just something that will add to your life, it will change your life. It will transform you in ways that only God can. Your understanding of what is possible will shift. Your perspective will expand. You will no longer look at the world through the same eyes. You will see the world through God's eyes. And you will begin to realize that nothing is impossible for you. Your reward is not just the manifestation of your desires. It is the realization that you are a co-creator with God, that what you speak, believe, and trust in will come to pass. You are walking in divine alignment with your purpose, and tonight, that alignment will bear fruit. So as this night unfolds, hold on to the truth that God has spoken over your life. Hold on to the promise that He has made. Tonight is your night. The manifestation of all that you have believed in is happening. What you've been waiting for is coming to pass. Your faith has made you whole. Your trust in God has opened the floodgates of heaven. You are chosen, and tonight your reward is being poured out in abundance. Stand firm in the knowledge that this is just the beginning, and what is coming is far greater than you could have ever imagined. You are on the precipice of something extraordinary, and it will happen tonight. Tonight, the divine plan is coming into full motion. You've endured, you've believed, and now the heavens are aligning to bring the reward that you've been patiently waiting for. All of the struggles, all the heartache, all the challenges you faced, none of it was in vain. It was all leading to this moment. You passed the test. You've been proven worthy of what is about to unfold. As you stand here at this moment in time, know that everything is in place for your blessing, for your reward. The wait, the long seasons of not knowing, the periods where you felt uncertain and wondered if it would ever happen, have all been part of your preparation. It may have felt like nothing was changing, like you were standing still while the world moved around you, but God was working behind the scenes. You may not have seen it, but He was moving in ways you couldn't comprehend. Every step you took, every moment you stood in faith, even when it seemed impossible, was setting the stage for what is to come tonight. The victory that you are about to experience was already secured in the spiritual realm long before you ever saw the evidence of it in your physical world. Tonight is a manifestation. It's the realization of everything you believed for, the dreams that once felt distant, the promises you once held on to in the quiet moments, the prayers you whispered in the stillness of your heart. Tonight, they all come to fruition. You are stepping into the fullness of what God has for you. This is the moment you've been prepared for, and you are ready. You have been chosen to receive, and the heavens are pouring down blessings just for you. The reward you are about to receive is not just material, it's also spiritual. It's a gift of peace, a deeper understanding, and a newfound clarity that will illuminate every area of your life. The manifestation that is unfolding is not just about what you can see, but what you can feel, what you can know in your spirit. God is giving you a deeper connection, a stronger relationship with Him that will lead you through every season of life with a sense of purpose and direction that you've never known before. When you look back at where you've come from, remember this: you passed through the fire and it has refined you. The trials you've experienced were not meant to break you, but to strengthen you, to purify you, to prepare you for the greatness that is now at your doorstep. The pain you felt, the tears you've shed, were not wasted. They were part of your spiritual growth. And now you stand here, ready to receive everything that God has prepared for you. And now you stand here, ready to receive everything that God has prepared for you. This is not just your reward. It's the reward for your faith, for your endurance, for your trust in God, even when you couldn't see the way ahead. What you are stepping into tonight is more than just a blessing. It is a divine alignment. It is the perfect convergence of your faith, your actions, and God's timing. You see, this isn't just about receiving something material. It's about receiving the fullness of God's plan for your life. The path you've walked, the journey you've taken, has been leading you to this moment. Your faith has been the compass, and God has been guiding you every step of the way. And as you step into this reward, you need to remember one thing: this is just the beginning. Tonight is not the culmination of your journey, it is the next step. You are being elevated to a new level. The blessings you will receive tonight will open doors to even greater blessings, greater opportunities, and greater understanding. This is the beginning of a new chapter, one that is filled with God's favor and His grace. This reward is not the end of the story. It is the foundation upon which your future will be built. You may not see it all yet, but as you continue to walk in faith, continue to trust in God's plan, you will see how everything fits together perfectly. The dreams you've carried in your heart for so long will start to take shape in ways that will astound you. What you thought was impossible will become a reality. What you thought was out of reach will now be within your grasp. The breakthrough you've been waiting for is here, and it will unfold before your very eyes. But this reward, this manifestation is not just for you, it's for those around you too. You are not only receiving this blessing to enjoy it for yourself, it is meant to be a testimony of God's goodness, a witness to His power and His grace. As you step into this reward, others will see the power of God's hand at work in your life. Your testimony will serve as a beacon of hope for those who are still waiting, still wondering if their time will come. You will be a living example of God's faithfulness, and through you, others will be encouraged to keep believing, to keep pressing forward, to keep trusting. You are being elevated for a reason. This reward is not just for your personal benefit, it is for the glory of God. You have been chosen to carry His light, to share His love, and to be a witness to the world of His faithfulness. Your reward is a reflection of His goodness, and as you receive it, know that it is meant to be shared. As you are blessed, others will be blessed by your story, your faith, and your testimony. You have passed through the fire, and you are now stepping into your reward. The journey has been long, but the rewards are great. God has seen your faithfulness, your perseverance, and your trust, and now He is honoring that with His blessing. Your reward is here, and it will not be withheld. It is coming to you tonight. What you have asked for is already on its way. What you have believed for is being manifest in your life right now. The wait is over. As you stand in this moment, remember, you are not just receiving a blessing for yourself. You are receiving it for the glory of God. You are stepping into a new season of favor, of abundance, of divine alignment. This is the moment where everything changes. What once seemed impossible will now be made possible. The doors that once seemed closed will now open wide. The mountains that once stood in your way will now be moved. Tonight you are walking into the manifestation of everything you have prayed for. This is not just about receiving what you've asked for, it's about receiving the fullness of God's plan for your life. You are stepping into a new dimension of favor, of purpose, and of destiny. What God has in store for you is greater than anything you could have imagined, and tonight you will see it begin to unfold before your eyes. The reward you receive tonight is not the end of the story, it is the beginning of something even greater. As you receive, as you step into this moment of divine manifestation, know that this is just the beginning of the journey. What is coming is greater than anything you have ever dreamed, and you are ready to walk in it. You have been chosen for this moment, and you will not be denied. The doors are opening, the ways being made, and your reward is here. You've made it through seasons of uncertainty, and now the moment has come for your reward. The divine clock is ticking, and every second of your journey, every prayer you've whispered in quiet moments has been building up to this point. Every step you've taken in faith, no matter how small, has led you closer to this manifestation. The reward you are about to receive is not just about the fulfillment of your desires, it is the completion of a divine purpose. Tonight, you are being positioned to receive not only a personal blessing, but also a message of hope for those who are still waiting for their breakthrough. God sees you. He sees every tear you've shed, every sacrifice you've made, and every moment you've walked in faith when it seemed like nothing was changing. And tonight, in His perfect timing, He is bringing the manifestation of His promises into your life. You are not being rewarded for your ability to see the outcome, but for your unwavering trust in Him. The reward is a testament to your obedience, your surrender, and your commitment to walk in His light, even when the path was unclear. It was your faith that moved mountains, and tonight you will see that faith come to life. This reward is coming at the exact right time. Many have questioned, many have doubted, but God's timing is always perfect. It's not about when you think it should happen, it's about when God has prepared you to receive. This moment has been long in the making, and everything that has occurred in your life up until now was part of the divine plan. You have passed through trials to come out stronger, wiser, and more aligned with the purpose God has for your life. You are now ready to receive what has been waiting for you. Your reward will come in ways that you may not expect. It may show up in the form of a new opportunity, a shift in your circumstances, or a deeper understanding of your purpose.
It may come in the form of a healing, a restoration, or a new level of peace and fulfillment that you have never experienced before. But no matter how it comes, it will come. The reward is certain, it is already ordained, it is already prepared for you, and all you need to do now is receive it. Tonight, as you prepare to step into your reward, let go of any doubts that still linger in your heart. Release any lingering fear or hesitation. God has already spoken, and His word does not return void. You may not yet see the full picture, but know that everything is falling into place. This is the divine moment where heaven touches earth, where your prayers are answered, and where the promises of God are made manifest in your life. This is not just a blessing for you, but for everyone who has witnessed your journey. For those who have walked alongside you, who have seen your struggles and your victories, your reward will be a sign of God's faithfulness to them as well. You are not just a vessel for your own blessings. You are a beacon of hope to others. Your journey, your faith, your perseverance are testaments to the power of trusting in God's plan. When others see you receive your reward, they will know that God is still in the business of miracles. They will know that He is faithful, that He hears the cries of His people, and that He is still working wonders in the lives of those who trust in Him. When you receive this reward, understand that it is not just about what you prayed for. It's a reflection of the heart of God towards you. You are His beloved, His child, and He has heard your cries. He knows the desires of your heart, and tonight He is fulfilling them. This is not a reward based on your merit, but based on His grace. It's a gift, freely given, a manifestation of His love for you. You are receiving not because you've earned it, but because He has chosen to bless you. And this blessing is not a small thing. It is the beginning of something even greater, something more profound than you could have imagined. As you receive, don't forget to give thanks. This is a moment of great joy, but also of deep gratitude. Thank God for bringing you through every trial, for refining you in the fire, for teaching you to trust when it was difficult, and for never abandoning you. Your reward is a reflection of His love and His faithfulness, and it's important to honor Him with a heart of gratitude. The Bible says, every good and perfect gift is from above, and tonight you are receiving one of those good and perfect gifts. What is coming is not only a reward for what you've endured, but a seed for the future. This reward is meant to propel you forward into your next season. It's the fuel that will keep your faith burning brightly as you continue on your journey. The doors that are opening to you tonight will lead to even greater opportunities, greater growth, and greater transformation. What you receive tonight is just the beginning of a new chapter in your life. It is a launch pad for the next phase of your destiny. You will look back on this moment, and you will realize that everything changed from tonight forward. What you are receiving tonight is not just a one-time blessing. It is the beginning of a new era. You are stepping into a new level of favor, a new level of anointing, and a new level of divine alignment. As you step into this new season, remember that the reward you're receiving is only the beginning of the abundance that God has in store for you. This reward is a declaration that your waiting has not been in vain. Every moment you spent in anticipation, every moment you wondered if it would ever come to pass, God has seen it. He has watched your faith grow, your patience deepen, and your trust in Him solidify. He knows your heart, and He knows how much you've longed for this moment. And now He is answering you. In the coming days you will begin to see the full extent of what God has done. You will witness the unfolding of a beautiful tapestry, one that has been woven with His grace and His wisdom. You will see how all the pieces of your life have fit together, even the difficult moments, the ones you didn't understand at the time. They were all part of God's perfect plan. And now you are standing at the threshold of the manifestation of everything He has promised you. But as you step into this reward, don't forget that it is not just for you. It is for those around you as well. You are a vessel of blessings, and as you receive,
Others will be blessed by your testimony. Your faith will be a light that shines brightly for others to follow. Your journey will inspire others to trust, to believe, and to hold fast to God's promises. As you walk in the fullness of your reward, let it be a testimony to the world of God's goodness, His grace, and His unwavering faithfulness. Tonight is your night. The reward you've been waiting for is here, and it is more than you could have imagined. It's a gift from God, freely given, and all you have to do is receive it. Know that everything you have gone through has led to this moment. You are ready. You are worthy. You have passed the test, and now it's time to step into the fullness of your reward. The heavens are rejoicing, and so should you. Your victory is here. Your time has come. The reward you are about to receive tonight is not just the result of a prayer answered, but the culmination of a season of transformation. You have been molded, shaped, and refined for this moment. What is coming into your life now is the direct result of the work God has been doing in you. It's the reward for your growth, your perseverance, and your steadfast faith in a time of uncertainty. The road was never meant to be easy, but every hardship you endured, every moment of doubt you overcame, and every obstacle you faced has prepared you to step into the fullness of God's promises. The beauty of divine timing is that it doesn't operate according to human understanding. While we may think we're ready for something, God knows exactly when the time is right. The years of waiting, the seasons of silence, and the periods when you felt as though nothing was happening, they were all part of a larger plan. They were the moments when God was preparing your heart to handle the blessings that are now being poured into your life. You may not have understood why you had to wait, why things unfolded in the way they did, but now, as you stand on the threshold of this reward, you can see that it was all necessary. Tonight marks the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. You have moved past the barriers that once limited you. The obstacles that once seemed insurmountable are now mere stepping stones to the great things ahead. What's coming into your life tonight is not just a fleeting blessing, but a permanent change. It is the fruit of years of waiting, praying, and trusting in a God who never fails. You've walked through the fire, and now you will wear the crown that is the result of your faithfulness. You are about to see how every prayer you've ever uttered, every tear you've shed, every sacrifice you've made has led to this moment. You are being rewarded not just for what you've done, but for who you've become. This is not about the things you've achieved in the natural sense, but about the transformation that has taken place in your soul. The reward is a reflection of the inner work you've done. The times you've chosen peace over anger, love over hatred, patience over frustration. It's a reflection of your unwavering commitment to seek God's will and trust in His timing. Your reward is not just material, it's a deep internal shift that will affect every area of your life. It's a change of heart, a deepening of faith, and a fresh perspective that will allow you to walk in the full authority and purpose that God has ordained for you. What is unfolding for you tonight is not the result of human effort, but of divine grace. You've worked hard, yes, but it is God's grace that has carried you. It is His grace that has opened doors that were once closed. It is His grace that has led you through seasons of wilderness and into the promised land of your destiny. You are stepping into this reward because of His favor, and it's time for you to accept it fully. You are worthy not because of anything you have done, but because God has chosen you and His favor is upon you. The divine order of your life has been set in motion, and now the manifestation is at hand. What you are about to receive will not just bless you, but will serve as a testimony to the goodness of God. Your reward will shine as a beacon to those around you, letting them know that if God can do it for you, He can do it for them. Your faith will be a witness, your story will inspire, and your victory will give others hope. You are being rewarded not just for your own sake, but for the sake of all those who will be impacted by your testimony. This moment is a divine intersection of your faith and God's will. When you first believed, when you first took the step of faith, you couldn't have known how the story would unfold. But God did. He saw every moment, every step, every challenge, and He knew that you were capable of enduring. Tonight, as you step into your reward, You are also stepping into a new season of influence, a new season of impact, and a new season of divine favor. You are now walking in alignment with God's plan for your life. This is the result of you saying yes to His will even when it didn't make sense. You didn't give up when it was hard. You didn't stop trusting when it seemed impossible. And now God is rewarding you for your faithfulness. Your reward will come in ways that you can't even imagine, but it will be exactly what you need. It will be a perfect fit for your life, your purpose, and your future. Don't think for a second that your journey was in vain. Every prayer you prayed, every moment of waiting, every setback and triumph, every small step forward, all of it has led to this moment. It wasn't always easy. You didn't always see the outcome, but your trust in God never wavered. And now you are walking in the harvest of your faith. Your reward is evidence of God's faithfulness to those who walk in His ways. As you receive your reward tonight, remember that this is not just for you. It's a blessing for your family, your friends, and all those who have supported you along the way. Your reward is a ripple effect that will touch many lives. It will create a wave of blessings that will flow out of your life and into the lives of others. The impact of your faith is far-reaching, and what you receive tonight will be a seed that multiplies and grows. God has a purpose for this blessing. It is not just for your own benefit, but to advance His kingdom. This reward is a part of the bigger picture that God is painting in your life. It is a piece of the puzzle that will bring you closer to fulfilling the destiny He has set before you. You are being rewarded tonight because you have passed through the fire and come out refined, ready to carry out the work God has for you. Your reward is not just about what you've achieved, but about who you've become in the process. The challenges you faced, the mountains you climbed, the storms you weathered, those were all part of God's preparation for this moment. He knew that you were ready, and now He is bringing you into your promise. Your journey has not been in vain. Every trial, every test, every challenge has been a stepping stone to the manifestation of His promises. And now, as you step into your reward, you can stand tall, knowing that you have persevered and that God is pleased with your faith. Tonight, as you receive what God has prepared for you, know that this is just the beginning. This reward is the opening of a new chapter, a new season, a new opportunity to step into all that God has for you. Your best days are ahead, and the reward you're receiving tonight is only the beginning of the abundant blessings that God has stored up for you. It's time for you to walk in the fullness of His promise, to embrace the life He has planned for you, and to shine as a light to the world. As you stand on the edge of this moment, remember that you are not standing alone. God is with you. His favor surrounds you. His hand is upon your life, guiding you, protecting you, and leading you into all that He has prepared for you. Your reward is a testimony to His goodness, and it is a reflection of His love for you. Tonight you are being rewarded not because of your own strength or ability, but because God has seen your faith, your trust, and your perseverance, and He is honoring that. Receive the blessing that is coming to you tonight. Embrace it, walk in it, and know that this reward is a sign of even greater things to come. The best is yet to come. And this moment is just the beginning of all that God has in store for you. The doors that are opening for you tonight will lead to even greater opportunities, even greater breakthroughs, and even greater manifestations of His glory. This is your time. Your reward is here. The season of waiting is over. The season of receiving has begun. Tonight, as you receive the reward, know that it is a direct result of your commitment to God's will for your life. This is the moment when the seeds you've planted through faith, sacrifice, and trust finally bear fruit. The moments you spend praying in silence, standing firm in your beliefs, and choosing faith over fear, each one of those moments has led you to this place. It wasn't easy, and there were times you may have felt discouraged, but in those moments you chose to remain steadfast. Now God is showing you just how important those moments were as He pours out His reward upon you. This isn't just about the material blessings that are coming into your life. It's much deeper than that. What God is rewarding tonight is the transformation that has taken place in your heart. It's the spiritual growth, the understanding of His will, and the inner peace that you've gained. You've learned to trust in His timing, even when the world told you to rush. You've learned to believe in His plan, even when your circumstances told you that it wasn't possible. And now God is rewarding your patience, your perseverance, and your unwavering belief. The reward is not simply a result of what you have done, but a manifestation of the work God has done in you. It is a reflection of the divine partnership that has been at work in your life. You didn't make it this far on your own. God has been walking with you every step of the way, even when you couldn't see Him. He has been guiding you, refining you, and preparing you for this very moment. You are the result of His love, His grace, and His faithfulness. And now, the reward He is giving you tonight is the outward expression of everything that has been happening inside you. As you stand on the edge of this new chapter, remember that this reward is not just for you, but for everyone who will be impacted by your life. Your faithfulness has not only changed you, it has changed the world around you. The blessings you are receiving are not just for your benefit, but for the advancement of God's kingdom. Your testimony will inspire others, your success will open doors for those who come behind you, and your example will show others what is possible when you trust God with everything. This is not the end. This is only the beginning. The reward that is coming into your life tonight is just the first wave of many more to come. This moment is a divine milestone, a sign that the harvest is here, but is also an indicator that there is even greater abundance on the way. God's plans for you are far greater than you can imagine, and what you are receiving tonight is merely a glimpse of what is yet to come. As you embrace the blessings that are pouring into your life, know that they will multiply and expand in ways you can't yet fathom. The challenges you faced along the way were not meaningless. Every trial, every heartache, every tear you shed was a part of your preparation for this moment. Each struggle shaped you, refined you, and brought you closer to the person you are today. Now, as you stand in the light of your reward, you can look back with gratitude for the journey you have walked. You are stronger, wiser, and more equipped to handle the blessings that are being released into your life. You've earned this moment, and God is honoring the process it took to get you here. When God rewards you, it is always beyond what you could ask for or imagine. His blessings are not just enough to meet your needs, but they overflow into abundance. The reward you are receiving tonight is not just about what you've prayed for, it's about what God has in store for you that you haven't even asked for yet. God's generosity is limitless, and as you receive what is due to you, He is already preparing the next wave of blessings to come. His love for you is vast, and the reward you're receiving tonight is a small reflection of His infinite goodness. Even now, as you're beginning to see the fruits of your labor, remember that this reward is not a reason to stop moving forward. God doesn't bless you so that you can become complacent. He blesses you so that you can keep going. Your journey isn't over. This reward is simply a milestone, a reminder of how far you've come, and a sign of how much farther you can go. The blessing is not the destination, but a part of the process. You are being positioned for even greater things, and God will continue to reward your faithfulness as you keep walking in His direction. Take a moment tonight to pause and reflect on all that God has done for you. Take a moment to celebrate how far you've come, but don't stay in that place of reflection for too long, because the future is waiting for you. The next phase of your journey is just ahead. What God is doing in your life tonight is not just about you. It's about the legacy you will leave behind, the lives you will touch, and the impact you will make. As you step into this new season, remember that you are not walking alone. God's favor is upon you, and He will continue to guide you every step of the way. Your reward is a testimony to the goodness of God and the power of faith. It shows that when you trust in Him, when you walk in His ways, when you believe in His promises, He will never fail you. He has seen your heart, He has seen your struggle, and He is rewarding you for your faithfulness. This reward is not just about the material things that are coming into your life, but about the spiritual growth and the deeper connection with God that you are now experiencing. The reward is a reflection of your obedience, your trust, and your unwavering belief that God is always working on your behalf. As you receive this reward tonight, know that it is a reflection of God's love for you. You are His beloved, and He takes great pleasure in blessing you. He sees your heart, He sees your efforts, and He is rewarding you in ways that will not only change your life, but will change the world around you. Tonight marks a new beginning. The reward you receive will open doors that no man can close. It will break chains that have held you back, and it will empower you to walk in the fullness of your divine destiny. The challenges you have faced have prepared you to stand in this moment of victory. The road may have been long, but it was worth it. Every sacrifice you made, every prayer you prayed, every tear you shed, it was all a part of the divine process that has led you here. Tonight, you are not just receiving a reward, you are stepping into your destiny. You are stepping into the life that God has always planned for you, and as you receive this blessing, know that it is only the beginning of what is to come. This moment is not just for you, it's for your family, your friends, and those who have been watching you with awe. They will see the favor of God upon your life, and they will know that if God can do this for you, He can do it for them. You are a living testimony of God's power to transform lives. Your story will inspire others to trust in God, to believe in His promises, and to walk by faith. You are about to become a beacon of hope, a light to those around you, showing them that with God, all things are possible. As you receive this reward tonight, know that it is a sign of God's love for you and a testament to the faithfulness you've shown in the midst of adversity. He has seen your heart, and now He is rewarding you in ways that will surpass all your expectations. This moment is not the end of your journey, it's a new beginning. The best is yet to come, and tonight you are stepping into a new season of blessings, favor, and divine fulfillment. The reward you've been waiting for is here, and it's only the beginning of what God has planned for you. Tonight, as the blessings unfold in your life, realize that they are not just for the moment. They are part of a bigger divine plan that has been unfolding over time. This is not an accident or a mere coincidence. This is a direct result of God's hand upon your life. The reward you are receiving tonight is proof that every prayer you've prayed, every challenge you've overcome, every step you've taken in faith has not gone unnoticed. Heaven has been watching you, and now the reward is flowing to you in abundance. You have endured much, and in your endurance you have found strength. You have faced hardships that seemed insurmountable, but you overcame them. Each obstacle, each trial, each moment of uncertainty has been a step toward the reward that is now entering your life. These were the moments that tested your faith, but they also refined you, shaping you into the person you are today. The person who is ready for this moment, the person who is ready to receive the fullness of what God has prepared for you. Your journey has not been easy, and it hasn't always been clear. At times you may have wondered if you were on the right path or if your efforts were in vain. But the truth is, those doubts were only temporary. You never gave up, you never lost faith, and God saw every moment you pressed on despite the challenges. Now you are reaping the rewards of your persistence, your faith, and your unshakable belief that God is always working in your favor. This is a moment of divine alignment. Every piece of your life, every decision, every prayer, and every sacrifice has brought you to this moment of fulfillment. The things you've been waiting for, the things you've been praying for, are now being released into your life. But this reward is not just for your benefit, it's for the people around you as well. Your reward is a sign to the world that God is faithful, that He rewards those who diligently seek Him, and that He is always on time. You are a living testament to the fact that God's promises are true, and your story will inspire others to trust in Him more deeply. There is a power in receiving what is rightfully yours. It doesn't just bless your life, it creates a ripple effect that touches those around you. You are a vessel of God's goodness, and as you are rewarded, others will be able to witness the power of God's work in your life. Your success, your breakthroughs, and your rewards are not just for you to enjoy alone. They are a beacon of hope for others who may be struggling or questioning if God will come through for them. When they see you, they will know that it is possible, that it is real, and that God's love is for them too. What you are experiencing tonight is a manifestation of the work that has been happening in the unseen realms. Every prayer you've prayed, every word of affirmation you've spoken, every act of faith you've taken has been building up to this moment. You may not have always seen the results immediately, but God was working behind the scenes, orchestrating every detail of your life. Now, the manifestations are here, and they are greater than anything you could have imagined. This moment is a culmination of everything that has come before it, but it is also a starting point for what is to come. The reward you are receiving tonight is a seed, and just like any seed, it will grow and multiply. What God is doing in your life tonight is not just a one-time blessing. It is the beginning of a new season, a season of abundance, growth, and expansion. You've entered a new level of favor, and as you continue to walk in His will, the blessings will continue to flow. God's blessings are like a river. They don't stop, they just keep flowing. The more you allow God to work in and through your life, the more you will see His favor poured out in ways you never thought possible. As you stand in this moment, receiving the reward that is rightfully yours, take time to reflect on the journey that brought you here. Think about the obstacles, the challenges, and the setbacks that you faced. Think about how difficult it seemed at times to keep going, how you sometimes questioned whether it was worth it. But now, as you look at what is unfolding in your life, you can see that it was worth it. Every struggle, every hardship, every moment of doubt was all part of God's perfect plan to bring you to this place of victory. And what you are receiving tonight is just a small glimpse of the greater things that are still to come. This reward is a reflection of your inner transformation. God doesn't just reward outward actions, He rewards the changes that have taken place in your heart. The patience you've learned, the humility you've embraced, the wisdom you gained, these are the things that God rewards. You didn't just get to this point by chance. It was the work that God has done in you, the growth He has brought about in your spirit that has prepared you for this moment. Now, as the reward is manifested in your life, it is a reflection of your inner strength, your trust in God, and your willingness to surrender to His will. The reward you are receiving tonight is also a reminder that you are chosen. You have been set apart for a divine purpose, and this moment is evidence of that. You were never meant to follow the crowd or live a life of mediocrity. You were meant to stand out, to shine, and to be a light in this world. God has been preparing you for something great, and tonight is a sign that your time has come. You have passed the tests, you have stayed true to your faith, and now the reward is here. This is not just for your benefit, but for the advancement of God's kingdom. Your success will bring glory to Him, and your life will be a living testimony of His goodness. As you step into this new season, remember that this reward is not an end, but a continuation of the journey. The blessings you are receiving tonight are just the beginning of a greater outpouring. God's favor is upon you, and He is not finished with you yet. There is more to come. Greater blessings, greater opportunities, greater breakthroughs. This is your moment, but it is not your final moment. There is much more to be done and much more to be received. Keep your eyes on God. Keep your heart open to His leading, and keep walking in faith. You are just getting started. The reward that is unfolding in your life tonight is not just about the material blessings, but about the deeper spiritual growth that is taking place. You are being transformed, and that transformation will continue throughout your life. As you receive this reward, know that it is not the end of your journey, but the beginning of a new chapter. A chapter filled with greater blessings, greater favor, and greater opportunities to impact the world around you. You've earned this moment, and God is honoring your faithfulness. But remember, this reward is just a glimpse of what is to come. You are being prepared for greater things, and this is just the beginning. As you continue to trust in God, He will continue to bless you. The reward you are receiving tonight is only a taste of what's ahead. Keep moving forward, keep trusting, and keep believing that God is always working on your behalf. His favor is upon you, and His blessings will never cease. Tonight, as the reward is poured out into your life, take a moment to thank God for His faithfulness. Acknowledge the work He has done in your life and praise Him for what is to come. You are walking in a new season of blessings, and God will continue to lead you into greater things. As you receive your reward, know that this is only the beginning of the incredible things God has planned for you. Your journey is far from over, and the best is yet to come. As you stand in the fullness of God's reward tonight, remember that this moment is not just for you, but for His glory and for the people who will be touched by your testimony. The struggles you've faced, the patience you've exercised, and the faith you've held on to were never in vain. This is the harvest of your perseverance, and the seeds you planted with every prayer, every act of obedience, are now bearing fruit. But do not think that this reward is the end of your journey. It is just the beginning. God has more in store for you than you can ever imagine. This is a pivotal moment, a milestone, but the road ahead is filled with even greater blessings and breakthroughs. Continue to walk in faith, keep your heart aligned with His will, and expect even greater manifestations in your life. Trust that God's timing is perfect, and this reward is exactly what you need for this season. As you move forward, carry with you the knowledge that you are chosen, you are loved, and you are destined for greatness. Your story is just unfolding, and as you walk in His grace, the best is yet to come. Keep your eyes on Him, trust in His plan, and know that tonight is just a glimpse of the abundant life He has promised you. There's a force at work in your life right now that's deeper than you realize. You may not see it, but in every challenge, every delay, every moment of uncertainty, God is silently orchestrating things on your behalf. Imagine a presence so powerful that it goes ahead of you, clearing paths, opening doors, and setting up divine opportunities long before you even encounter them. You may be facing struggles, feeling like nothing is moving, like you're lost in a cycle of waiting. But God doesn't leave His plans halfway. What if, right now, He's arranging events that will lead to breakthroughs, preparing you in ways that can only be fully understood with time? Lean in and stay with me, because what we're about to explore might change how you perceive your journey entirely. Have you ever thought about what it means when God promises to go before you? It's not just a poetic phrase, it's a reality that speaks to God's unfathomable love and intentionality towards His children. To understand this, you need to grasp that God doesn't operate within our limitations of time and space. Where we see only the present, God sees the entire path past, present, and future woven together in His perfect plan. You may feel the weight of current trials, but every single one of those moments, even those that feel burdensome, has purpose in His grand design. Think of Joseph, thrown into a pit, sold as a slave, accused falsely, and forgotten in prison. To the human eye, his circumstances were tragic and unfair. But God was preparing him, molding him, and positioning him for something extraordinary. Every pitfall Joseph encountered was not a setback, but a setup. God was working behind the scenes, aligning events that would eventually bring him to the palace. In the same way, what you see as a delay or hardship may be God's way of directing you to a future that's beyond what you could have orchestrated on your own. God's timing, though mysterious to us, is always perfect. His plans are neither early nor late. As it is written, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you, and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." These aren't just comforting words, they're divine promises. When God assures you of His plans, He's telling you that every twist and turn you experience has been accounted for. Nothing surprises Him, and nothing catches Him off guard. Imagine God as a master artist painting the portrait of your life. Every brushstroke, each shade of color, is intentional. Some strokes are light and joyful, while others are darker, representing the trials. But altogether, they create a masterpiece. The challenge is that we often only see small sections of this painting at a time, perhaps only those dark strokes that represent hard times. And when we're stuck in those darker areas, it's tempting to question the process, to feel abandoned or even forgotten. But what we must remember is that God is the artist, and He sees the full picture. He knows what He's creating in you and through you. We have to understand that faith is not the absence of struggle, it is the confidence that God is present in the struggle. He walks through it with you. In the fire with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, he did not leave them alone. He stepped into the flames. The same goes for your situation. Even when you don't feel his presence, he's right there, working on your behalf. Have you ever noticed that God often does his most profound work in silence? When you're waiting and wondering, he's preparing and positioning. This is a season of divine setup. In the book of Isaiah, God declares, "I am the Lord, in its time I will do this swiftly." Sometimes it takes a long stretch of silence and patience before we see him move, and then suddenly everything changes in an instant. Your job as you wait is not to understand everything, but to trust that he's setting up something beautiful, even when you can't see it. God's ways are higher than ours. We can be quick to label situations as failures or setbacks, when in reality they are detours orchestrated by God to take us to his appointed destination. Often he allows us to experience disappointment to prepare us for divine appointments. Look at Moses, who spent years tending sheep in the wilderness, a far cry from his Egyptian royalty. But God was preparing him in those quiet years, preparing him to be the leader who would stand before Pharaoh and declare freedom for God's people. God uses what looks like delay to develop your spirit, to mold you into the person who can carry the weight of the calling he has for you. Every moment of waiting, every unanswered prayer, every door that is yet to open is a reminder that God's timeline is not our timeline. He sees things from an eternal perspective. He's not in a hurry. He's preparing the perfect moment to reveal what he's been doing behind the scenes. The waiting period is not wasted, it's a time of refinement. Just like a potter shapes clay, God uses time to mold your character, to deepen your faith, and to strengthen your spirit so that when you step into his promise, you are fully prepared. The enemy might try to convince you that nothing is happening, that God has forgotten you. But remember, Satan is the author of lies. His goal is to plant seeds of doubt, fear, and frustration. But God's word says that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. This means that God doesn't abandon his projects. He doesn't leave his children halfway. What he started in your life, he will finish. I think about how a farmer plants seeds. After the seeds go into the ground, there's a season of waiting before any signs of life appear. But even though it looks like nothing is happening, beneath the surface, the seed is growing, taking root, developing strength. In the same way, God is planting seeds in your life, seeds of purpose, of calling, of destiny. The growth may be unseen, but it is happening. When the time is right, God will bring it to the surface, and you will see the fruit of his faithfulness. In those moments when you're tempted to give up, remember that God has invested too much in you to let you fail. He's invested his promises, his word, and even his son. You are worth too much to him to be abandoned in the middle of the process. His hands are on you, and he's shaping you with precision. He knows the number of hairs on your head, the desires of your heart, and the plans he has prepared for you. And those plans are good. Sometimes it's the small victories, the whispers of encouragement, the subtle shifts in perspective that remind you that God is working. You may not receive a grand sign, but he often works in the ordinary, in ways that seem mundane but are profoundly sacred. His miracles are not always dramatic, they are sometimes woven into the fabric of your daily life, waiting for you to recognize them. This journey of faith is not about controlling outcomes, it's about surrendering to the one who holds every outcome in his hands. When you release control, you make space for God's power to move. Trust that in his infinite wisdom he is guiding you even when the way seems unclear. He sees the dangers ahead, the hidden snares, and he shields you from them. What might look like rejection or disappointment could be God's hand protecting you from something you cannot yet understand. And so even in the no's and the closed doors, God is working, shielding you from harm, setting you up for something greater. There are moments in life when God's hand feels invisible, when his voice seems silent, and when his presence feels distant. Yet these are the very times he's closer than ever, preparing us, protecting us, and positioning us. In his wisdom, he knows that growth often comes not in the spotlight but in the shadows, where no one can see the work he's doing. Consider Jesus' own life. He spent years in relative obscurity before stepping into public ministry. He was growing, maturing, and being prepared for a mission so great that it would change the course of humanity. God often hides us in these quiet seasons because He's preparing us for something far beyond what we can currently see. Faith is about trusting in what we cannot see, believing in promises that are yet to come, and knowing that God is working, even when we can't feel it. This is why the scripture says we walk by faith, not by sight. If we only relied on what we see, we'd be discouraged because not every step of the journey makes sense from our perspective. But faith calls us to go deeper, to look beyond our immediate circumstances, and to trust that God is operating on a different level. He is orchestrating events in a way that is beyond our comprehension. Every disappointment, every closed door, every delay is part of His grand design, moving us towards something far greater than we could have ever planned for ourselves. Our human nature often pushes us toward impatience. We want immediate answers, quick solutions, and instant relief from pain. But God's process is different. He is not interested in rushing us to the finish line. He is interested in refining us along the way. Each moment of waiting, every test of patience, every situation that stretches us is God's way of shaping our character and building our resilience. Just as gold is refined in the fire to remove impurities, God uses the pressures and challenges of life to purify our hearts, strip away what doesn't serve us, and strengthen us for the journey ahead. What may feel like a trial is actually an opportunity for growth, a chance to deepen our reliance on Him and our understanding of His grace. God's work in our lives often defies logic. Think about the way He used a shepherd boy, David, to defeat a giant, or how He chose a stammering Moses to lead His people out of Egypt. By human standards, these choices didn't make sense. But God doesn't look at outward qualifications, He looks at the heart. He sees potential where others see limitation. In the same way, God has placed gifts, talents, and a unique purpose inside each one of us. But these gifts need to be cultivated, and this often happens in the hidden places, far from the eyes of the world. It's in the quiet, often unnoticed moments that God is molding us, shaping our abilities, and strengthening our faith. When we understand this, we can begin to see every season, no matter how challenging, as part of His divine process. Many of us pray for a blessing, a breakthrough, a change in our circumstances. But what if God's answer is not to change our circumstances, but to change us? What if the real blessing is not the end result, but the transformation that happens along the way? God is less interested in our comfort than He is in our character. He wants to build in us qualities that will last: faith, endurance, humility, and love. These are the attributes that will carry us through life's storms and make us vessels of His glory. When we shift our perspective from what can I get to who can I become, we begin to see our trials not as burdens, but as blessings in disguise. God's work in our lives is often subtle. He doesn't always announce His moves with thunder and lightning. Instead, He works in the details, in the small moments, in the daily interactions, and in the hidden thoughts of our hearts. We may not always recognize His hand at work, but He is there, carefully weaving together every piece of our lives. He is present in the seemingly mundane tasks, in the routines, and in the quiet moments when we are alone with our thoughts. This is why it's so important to cultivate a heart of gratitude and attentiveness. When we slow down and pay attention, we begin to see God's fingerprints everywhere. We see His guidance in the people He brings into our lives, in the doors that open and the ones that close, and in the lessons we learn along the way. One of the greatest acts of faith we can show is to remain steadfast, to keep moving forward even when the path isn't clear. God honors persistence. He sees when we continue to trust Him, even when things don't go as we planned. He is moved by our determination to stay faithful, by our willingness to press on despite the odds. Every step we take in faith, no matter how small, is a testament to our trust in His promises. And as we keep moving forward, we begin to realize that the journey itself is part of His blessing. God uses every step, every stumble, every moment of doubt to teach us something valuable. God's love for us is not passive, it is active, intentional, and relentless. He pursues us even when we're unaware. He fights battles on our behalf, often in ways we cannot see or understand. Think of how he protected the Israelites, guiding them by a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. He was their shield and protector, even when they grumbled and doubted his plan. God's commitment to us is the same today. He goes before us, behind us, and around us. His presence is our security, and his promises are our assurance that we are never alone, no matter how isolated we may feel. It's easy to lose hope when we don't see immediate results. But God calls us to walk by faith, not by sight. Faith is about trusting that he is working behind the scenes, even when we don't have all the answers. His ways are higher than our ways, and his thoughts are higher than our thoughts. He sees the full picture, while we only see a fraction. This is why patience is so essential to our journey with God. Patience allows us to wait on his timing, knowing that he is orchestrating something far greater than we could have ever imagined. Patience teaches us to rely on him, to lean not on our own understanding, but to trust in his wisdom. There will be moments when you feel like giving up, when the wait seems too long and the burden too heavy. But it is in these moments that God is closest, providing strength and comfort in ways we may not always recognize. Sometimes God's work in our lives is not about changing our circumstances, but about changing our perspective. When we learn to see our situation through his eyes, we realize that every struggle is an opportunity for growth, every setback a setup for something greater. God is not just interested in getting us to the destination, he is interested in shaping who we become along the way. Throughout the Bible, we see countless examples of God working behind the scenes, even when his people were unaware. Esther, for example, found herself in a position of influence, not by chance, but by divine appointment. She was chosen to be queen at a time when her people needed someone to stand in the gap. God placed her there, positioned her, and gave her favor for a purpose. In the same way, God has positioned you exactly where you need to be. You may not understand why you're in a particular job, relationship, or situation, but God has a purpose for every season. He has a reason for every placement, and he is working through it, even when we don't see it. God's silence is never a sign of his absence. Sometimes he is quiet because he is preparing something so significant that it requires our full attention and trust. When God seems silent, it is often because he is asking us to lean not on our own understanding, but to deepen our faith. Faith is not built in the comfortable, predictable moments. It is built in the uncertainties, in the seasons of waiting, and in the times when we don't have all the answers. These are the moments when we learn to trust God in ways that go beyond surface level faith. The truth is, God's timing is impeccable. He is never early, and he is never late. When he moves, he does so with precision. He knows the exact moment when things need to happen, and he orchestrates events in a way that aligns perfectly with his plan. We may not understand why certain things take so long or why certain doors remain closed, but God sees what we cannot. He knows what is best for us, and he withholds no good thing from those who walk uprightly. His delays are not denials, they are divine appointments, moments designed to teach us patience, perseverance, and trust. In every season of life, God's hand is at work, even when we can't see it. He is shaping us, guiding us, and preparing us for something far beyond what we can imagine. When we trust in his timing, we begin to see that everything we go through has a purpose. The challenges, the waiting, the setbacks, they are all part of his greater plan. God is not just working on our behalf, he is also working within us, transforming our hearts and minds to align with his will. If we truly believe that God is for us, that he is actively involved in our lives, then we can face every situation with confidence. We can walk through the valleys, climb the mountains, and endure the storms, knowing that we are not alone. God is with us, fighting for us, and preparing the way. He is our rock, our refuge, and our ever-present help in times of trouble. When we place our trust in him, we find peace, not because our circumstances are perfect, but because we know that he is perfect. His love, his grace, and his strength are more than enough to carry us through. God is the ultimate architect of our lives, and he designs each moment with a purpose that is greater than we can imagine. Each day is an opportunity for us to see his work unfold, even if the process seems slow or hidden. When we understand that, we start to view life not just through the lens of immediate satisfaction, but with a long-term perspective that aligns with God's eternal plans. This shift in thinking allows us to embrace waiting with a different attitude, recognizing that each day is a step closer to the fulfillment of His promises. It's important to realize that God's purpose for our lives isn't tied solely to what we can see with our natural eyes. He is not confined to our limitations or our understanding of time. While we may look at the clock and measure everything by deadlines and timetables, God operates on an eternal clock. What may seem delayed to us is often the exact moment God is preparing us for something greater. His perfect timing is not always understood, but it is always right. As we trust in His timing, we learn to surrender our plans to His will, understanding that He is working everything together for our good. When you find yourself in moments of doubt, when the path ahead seems unclear, or when you're tempted to give up, remember that God is with you, actively working on your behalf. He does not abandon His children, and He is committed to fulfilling His promises. You might not always see the results immediately, but rest assured that He is preparing you for something powerful. Whether He's building your strength, shaping your character, or positioning you for the right opportunities, every trial, every moment of waiting, and every setback is a part of His divine strategy. The Bible reminds us in Romans 8:28 that all things work together for the good of those who love God, who are called according to His purpose. This verse does not say that all things are good, but that all things work together for good. Even the painful moments, the moments of loss, the seasons of confusion, are being worked into the fabric of God's plan for your life. Every event, whether joyful or sorrowful, is being used by God to shape you into the person He has called you to be. So in those moments when life doesn't make sense, when the challenges seem too much to bear, remember that God is working behind the scenes. You may not see it now, but there is a greater purpose unfolding. God's faithfulness is unwavering, and He is a keeper of His promises. When we stand on His word, we are standing on a foundation that will never fail. His word is true, and His promises are sure. He has promised to never leave us nor forsake us, and He has promised to bring us through every trial. His faithfulness is not dependent on our circumstances, it is grounded in His unchanging nature. He is always working on our behalf, even when we don't feel Him, even when we don't see the evidence. His faithfulness is present, just as real in the unseen as it is in the seen. One of the greatest things we can do as believers is to learn to rest in God's promises. The world constantly urges us to hustle, to work harder, to strive for success, but God calls us to a different kind of rest that comes from knowing He is in control. This doesn't mean that we are passive, but it means that we work with the understanding that He is the one orchestrating our success. When we trust in God's sovereignty, we can release our anxieties, knowing that He is working everything out for us. We rest in the knowledge that our efforts are not in vain, but are empowered by His strength and guided by His wisdom. It's easy to forget this truth in the midst of challenges. Life has a way of overwhelming us, and it's natural to feel like we have to do everything ourselves. However, the Bible invites us to cast our cares upon God, for He cares for us. This invitation to trust Him with our burdens is not just a suggestion, it's an invitation to experience His peace, His provision, and His power. The more we learn to trust God in the midst of our struggles, the more we experience the reality that He is indeed working on our behalf. His work is always advancing, even when we cannot see it. His power is always at work, even in the quiet moments. Sometimes the things we are waiting for seem to take forever to materialize. Whether it's a breakthrough in our career, a healing in our body, or a restoration in our relationships, the waiting process can feel like a test of our patience. But in those moments of waiting, God is not idle. He is preparing the way ahead, aligning the right circumstances, and working in the hearts of others to bring about the perfect outcome. The delays are not denials. They are simply part of the process of God's perfect will being accomplished in our lives. When you find yourself frustrated by the pace of life, remember that God's pace is always perfect. He never rushes, and He never delays unnecessarily. Everything happens in His perfect time. If we can embrace the waiting, Knowing that God is working in ways we cannot see, we begin to experience a peace that surpasses understanding. We no longer view the waiting periods as wasted time, but as vital seasons of preparation. These are the times when God is strengthening us, refining us, and equipping us for what's to come. You may be asking, why does God allow difficult seasons to last so long? Why doesn't He just give us what we need right away? The truth is, God allows us to go through seasons of waiting because He is preparing us for the future. The strength we need to endure the challenges ahead is developed in the waiting seasons. The faith we need to believe in God's promises is strengthened when we are required to wait. God doesn't allow us to go through hardships without purpose. Every challenge we face is an opportunity to grow in character, resilience, and trust. As we walk through life, we must learn to shift our focus from the problems we face to the God who is working on our behalf. We are often consumed by what we see and feel in the present, but God calls us to see beyond our immediate circumstances. He calls us to fix our eyes on Him, the one who is both the author and the finisher of our faith. He is writing our story, and though we may not always understand the plot twists, we can trust that He is working everything out according to His plan. In the moments when you feel like giving up, when the weight of the world feels unbearable, remember that God has not forgotten you. He is working behind the scenes, preparing you for the blessings that are on the way. You may not see the breakthrough right now, but it is coming. The blessings you've been waiting for are being set in motion, and in due time you will see the fruit of your faithfulness and perseverance. Trust in the process. Trust in the timing of God. He is always working, always moving, always orchestrating everything on your behalf. Sometimes we can become discouraged because the breakthrough we're hoping for hasn't come yet. We may be tempted to believe that God has forgotten us or that we're not worthy of His promises. But let me remind you today that God has not forgotten you. He has not overlooked you. His timing is perfect and His promises are true. Your breakthrough is on the way, and in the meantime He is preparing you for it. Trust that the waiting is not in vain. God is working, and you are moving closer to the fulfillment of His promises with each passing day. God's work in our lives is also about deepening our intimacy with Him. As we go through life, we learn to rely on Him more and more. The times when we feel most distant are often the times when He is drawing us closer. The challenges and the waiting are not meant to push us away from God, but to draw us near. As we face life's struggles, we are invited into a deeper relationship with our Creator. We are invited to trust Him more, to lean on Him more, and to depend on His strength more than ever before. When we fully understand that God is always working on our behalf, we can rest in the knowledge that we don't have to do everything ourselves. We can surrender our worries, our fears, and our anxieties to Him, knowing that He is in control. We can trust that He is working behind the scenes to bring about the best possible outcome for our lives. Our responsibility is not to worry about the outcome, but to remain faithful and obedient to Him. As we do that, we can rest assured that He is at work, even when we don't see it. So no matter where you find yourself today, whether in a season of waiting, facing obstacles, or wondering what God is doing behind the scenes, remember this: He is working on your behalf. Trust that He is orchestrating every detail of your life, even when it feels like nothing is happening. His promises are true, His faithfulness is sure, and His love for you is unwavering. Your breakthrough is on the way, and God is already preparing you for it. Keep trusting, keep believing, and know that He is always working, even when you can't see it. God's love for you is immeasurable, and it's in His love that He works tirelessly on your behalf. It is the foundation of everything He does in our lives. This is a love that is not based on merit, not something we have earned or deserve, but a love that flows from His very nature. It's a love that never fails, never grows weary, and never fades away. When God works in our lives, it is from a place of love, a love that transforms, restores, and strengthens. This is the love that sustains us through trials and guides us to victory. We often try to measure God's work in terms of visible results, but His greatest work often happens in the unseen. While we're busy looking for signs and signals, God is working deep within us, molding and shaping us. He is building character, faith, and perseverance in the secret places of our hearts. This is why it is so important to remember that God's work is not always immediately visible. In fact, some of His greatest miracles happen when we're unaware of them. He is working on our behalf in ways that transcend our understanding. Sometimes the only thing we see in front of us is a wall. We can't see past it, and we don't know how we're going to get through it. The enemy will try to convince us that there is no way forward, that the wall is too high to climb and the door is too tightly shut to open. But the truth is that God specializes in making a way where there seems to be no way. Just as He parted the Red Sea for the Israelites, He can part the walls in our lives. He can remove the obstacles that stand in our way and guide us into His perfect plan. The work that He is doing on our behalf is bigger than any problem we face. His power is limitless, and there is no obstacle that can prevent His will from being accomplished. In those moments when you feel stuck, remember that God is at work. When you can't see a way forward, trust that He is already making a way for you. He is moving mountains, opening doors, and shifting circumstances. He is aligning people, positioning opportunities, and working everything together for your good. Even when it feels like nothing is happening, God is always at work behind the scenes. His plan is unfolding in ways that we cannot always comprehend. But if we trust in His timing and His process, we will see the outcome of His faithful work. Sometimes God's work in our lives involves a process of refining. Just as gold is purified by fire, so too are we refined through trials and tribulations. The Bible tells us in 1 Peter 1:7 that the trial of your faith, being much more precious than of gold that perisheth, though it be tried with fire, might be found unto praise and honor and glory at the appearing of Jesus Christ. This is not a process that is easy or comfortable, but it is necessary for our growth and maturity. The challenges we face are the tools that God uses to purify our faith, remove impurities, and make us stronger. In the midst of our trials, it is easy to become discouraged, but we must remember that God is refining us, making us more like Him, and preparing us for what's ahead. This is part of His divine work on our behalf. He allows us to go through these difficult seasons not to break us, but to build us. We are being transformed into vessels of honor, capable of handling the blessings He is preparing for us. The pain and pressure we experience are temporary, but the results are eternal. God is using these times to make us more like His Son, to increase our capacity to carry His glory, and to prepare us for greater things. When we face hardships, we may feel like God is distant or that He has forgotten us, but nothing could be further from the truth. God is right there with us, working in ways we cannot see. He is working on our behalf even when we feel alone or abandoned. In those moments, we must lean into His presence and trust that He is doing something beautiful in the midst of our struggles. Even in the valley, God is at work. Even in the wilderness, He is shaping and molding us into the person we are meant to become. His work is not limited by our circumstances. He is the God of the mountain and the valley. He is faithful in both the highs and the lows. It's easy to focus on the obstacles in front of us, but God calls us to shift our focus to Him. He is the one who makes the impossible possible. He is the one who can turn situations around. When we focus on Him, we begin to see things through His perspective. We stop looking at the problems and start looking at the possibilities. We stop trying to figure things out on our own and start trusting that He is already working everything out for our good. Our job is not to worry about how the solution will come, but to trust in His power and His timing. When we do this, we can have peace in the midst of the storm, knowing that He is working on our behalf. There may be times when we feel like giving up, when the road ahead seems too difficult to continue. But I want to encourage you today to keep going. Keep pressing forward, even when the journey seems long and hard. Your breakthrough is coming. God is working behind the scenes, and He is preparing you for something greater than you can imagine. Trust in His process. Trust that He is shaping you, equipping you, and strengthening you for what lies ahead. It's important to remember that God's work in our lives is not only about what we receive, but also about what we give. As God works in us, He also works through us. He uses our lives as a testimony of His grace and power. We are called to be vessels of His love, to share His hope with others, and to be a light in a dark world. God is not only working on our behalf for our own benefit, but also to use us to fulfill His greater purpose in the earth. As we allow Him to work in us, He empowers us to be a blessing to those around us. There are times when we may feel like our efforts are in vain, when we wonder if we're making any impact. But remember that God sees everything. He sees the seed you've planted, the prayers you've prayed, and the sacrifices you've made. He sees the hidden acts of kindness, the moments when you've chosen to do the right thing even when it was hard. He is working through those actions, and He will bring the increase. Just because you don't see the results immediately doesn't mean that God is not at work. Trust that He is using your efforts for His glory, and that He will bring about the fruit in due season. God's work in our lives is also about our transformation. He is always shaping us, refining us, and drawing us closer to His heart. The more we allow God to work in us, the more we become like Him. This transformation is not instantaneous, but a process that takes time. We don't wake up one day as fully matured believers, but each day is an opportunity to become more like Christ. As we yield to His work, He changes our hearts, renews our minds, and strengthens our spirits. This transformation is one of the most powerful ways God is working on our behalf. The more we reflect His character, the more we align with His purpose, and the more we experience His blessings. As you continue on your journey, remember that God is constantly at work in your life. He is working behind the scenes, orchestrating every detail, and preparing you for the blessings that lie ahead. Don't be discouraged by the difficulties you face. Don't be discouraged by the things you can't see. Trust that God is working on your behalf. He is faithful, He is powerful, and He is always working things together for your good. His work is perfect, and His timing is impeccable. Keep trusting, keep believing, and know that He is always working in your favor. Your breakthrough is coming. The best is yet to come. Keep pressing forward, for God is working on your behalf. The journey of faith is not always easy, and it is filled with challenges, obstacles, and moments when it seems like the road ahead is uncertain. Yet in every circumstance, we must remind ourselves that God is still working on our behalf. His hand is not absent in our difficulties, rather, His presence is more evident in those moments of struggle than we may realize. Often, the challenges we face serve as opportunities for growth and transformation. When we walk through the fire, He is refining us. And when we find ourselves in the wilderness, He is guiding us toward the promised land. It is in these moments that God's work in our lives becomes most apparent. He is not only protecting us from harm, but actively shaping us into the people He has called us to be. Faith, after all, is not just about what we see, it's about what we trust God to do in the unseen. In the spiritual realm, there is much happening that we cannot see, but that doesn't make it any less real. God is at work in our lives every single day, orchestrating events, aligning people, and preparing the way for us to walk into the fullness of His will. Our job is to trust in His process and rely on His timing. Though we may not always understand why certain things are happening, we can be confident that God is working behind the scenes, moving things around for our benefit. In times of trial, it's easy to forget that God is at work. Our vision can become clouded by the storm, and we may find ourselves doubting His presence and His goodness. Yet God's word reminds us time and again that He is with us in the fire, in the flood, and in every moment of our lives. He never leaves us or forsakes us. Even when we feel isolated or abandoned, He is right there, walking with us. His work is not always visible, but it is always present. It is often in the quiet moments of our lives, in the moments of stillness, that God does some of His greatest work. We must remember that God's timetable is not our own. His ways are higher than ours, and His thoughts are higher than our thoughts. Just because we can't see what He's doing doesn't mean that He's not doing anything. The waiting periods in our lives are not wasted. They are times of preparation, refinement, and growth. God is working in the waiting, shaping us into the people we need to be in order to walk in the fullness of His promises. Patience and trust in His timing are essential in this process. There may be times when we feel like we are being held back, as though God is delaying our breakthrough or holding us back from the blessings we so desperately desire. In those moments, we must remember that God is never late. He is never behind schedule. His timing is perfect. What we perceive as a delay is often God's way of preparing us for something greater. Just as a seed must be buried in the ground before it can grow into a tree, there are times when we must go through a period of growth and development before we can fully step into the destiny God has for us. This is not a process of punishment, but a process of preparation. God is refining us, stretching our faith, and building our character so that we can handle the blessings He has for us. If we were to receive everything we wanted right now, we might not be ready to handle it. We might not have the maturity or the spiritual strength to manage the responsibilities that come with the blessings God has for us. So in His love, He prepares us, molding us into the people He wants us to become. God is not a distant observer in our lives. He is actively involved in every detail, working behind the scenes to ensure that His perfect will is done in our lives. He is orchestrating events, making connections, and aligning circumstances in ways that we cannot see. Even when we feel like we are in a holding pattern, God is at work. Even in the moments when we feel like nothing is happening, God is preparing the way for us. He is preparing us for the doors He will open, for the opportunities He will bring, and for the breakthroughs He will deliver. Our role in this process is simple trust. Trust that God knows what He is doing, even when we don't understand. Trust that He is working on our behalf, even when we can't see the results. Trust that His plan for our lives is far greater than anything we could imagine. As we trust Him, we begin to see His hand at work in ways we couldn't have anticipated. His work in our lives often comes in unexpected ways, and His provision is often greater than anything we could have asked for. The power of God's work in our lives is not only in the big moments, the breakthroughs, the miracles, and the dramatic events. His work is also found in the small, everyday moments. It's found in the quiet moments of prayer, in the moments of serving others, and in the small acts of obedience. God is at work in every part of our lives, not just in the big visible moments. He is working in the mundane and in the ordinary, preparing us for the extraordinary. As we grow in our relationship with God, we begin to recognize His hand at work in every area of our lives. We begin to see His fingerprints on the details, and we start to realize that nothing happens by chance. Everything in our lives is part of God's divine plan. He is orchestrating every moment, every encounter, and every circumstance for His glory and for our good. One of the most incredible aspects of God's work in our lives is that He uses even our mistakes and failures for His purposes. When we stumble, when we fall, and when we make mistakes, God is still working on our behalf. He is a God of redemption, and He can take even the most broken parts of our lives and use them for His glory. The very things we thought disqualified us from God's plan can become the platforms for His power. God is able to take our pain, our mistakes, and our failures and turn them into something beautiful. He is working even in the darkest moments of our lives, bringing light into the darkness and turning mourning into joy. God's work is not just for our benefit, but for His glory. As He works on our behalf, He is also working through us to impact the world around us. We are called to be vessels of His love, grace, and truth. As God works in us, He empowers us to make a difference in the lives of others. The blessings He pours into our lives are not meant to be hoarded, but to be shared. He works on our behalf so that we can be a blessing to those around us, so that we can be a light in a dark world. We may not always understand the reasons behind the circumstances we face, but we can trust that God is always at work. He is always moving, always orchestrating, always preparing. His work in our lives is not random or haphazard, it is purposeful and intentional. He has a plan for our lives, and every part of our journey is leading us closer to His will. The beauty of God's work in our lives is that it never ends. He is continually shaping us, refining us, and preparing us for greater things. Even in the moments when we feel like we have reached the end of one chapter, God is already working on the next chapter. He is constantly moving us from glory to glory, from strength to strength, and from faith to faith. There is always more that God wants to do in us and through us. His work in our lives is an ongoing process, and as we yield to Him, we continue to grow, learn, and experience His goodness in new and unexpected ways. As you continue on your journey, remember that God is always at work on your behalf. Even in the quiet moments, even in the struggles, and even in the waiting, God is moving behind the scenes. Trust in His plan, trust in His timing, and know that He is working all things together for your good. The best is yet to come, and the work He is doing in your life is far greater than you can imagine. Keep your eyes fixed on Him, and keep trusting that He is working on your behalf. As we continue to trust in God's plan for our lives, we must remember that His ways are always better than our own. We may not see the full picture, and we may not understand the intricate details of His work, but we can be assured that His purpose is perfect. The beautiful thing about God's work is that it's never done in isolation. He involves us in the process. He doesn't just move in the background and leave us to wonder about His actions. Instead, He invites us to walk with Him, to trust Him, and to believe that He is leading us towards something greater. The work that He is doing in us is not just for us, but for the good of those around us as well. Every time we yield to Him and trust in His timing, we become part of a greater narrative that is unfolding for His glory. The beauty of God's work is that it doesn't rely on our understanding of it. Even when things don't make sense or when they feel like they are falling apart, God is still working, arranging, and preparing things that are beyond our comprehension. We often get caught up in the way we think things should happen, in the timing we expect, and in the answers we anticipate. But God's plan operates on a different level. His perfect plan is often more expansive and more far-reaching than we could ever imagine. He sees things from an eternal perspective, and His ways are designed to bring about the greatest good, not just for us, but for all of creation. We have a choice in how we respond to the situations that arise in our lives. We can either choose to trust in our own strength and understanding or choose to trust in God's perfect will. When we choose to trust Him, we are acknowledging that He is the one who knows what is best for us. We are letting go of our need to control every situation and instead allowing God to lead us, even when we don't fully understand the way forward. Trusting God in these moments may not be easy, but it is in those moments that our faith is strengthened. It is when we are stretched beyond our limits that we experience His provision, His guidance, and His peace in ways we would not have if we had not walked through the trial. God's work in our lives is not always instantaneous. We often want things to happen quickly and we pray for immediate answers, but sometimes His process takes time. It is in the waiting that we are refined. We may grow impatient, but we must trust that His timing is always perfect. While we wait, God is preparing us for what is ahead. He is working behind the scenes in ways we cannot see, laying the foundation for the next season of our lives. It is in the waiting that our hearts are shaped, our character is tested, and our faith is deepened. When we look back at the waiting seasons, we often realize that it was during that time that God was doing His most profound work. We are called to walk by faith, not by sight. This means that we are to trust God even when we cannot see the next step in front of us. We walk in the assurance that God is leading us, that He is guiding us with His wisdom, and that His purpose for us is greater than anything we could ever plan on our own. It is in the unseen that God does His most powerful work. He is always moving, always shaping, always refining, even when we cannot see the progress with our eyes. Our role is to stay faithful, to continue trusting, and to keep our hearts aligned with His will. God is faithful to finish what He starts. If He has begun a good work in you, He will see it to completion. This promise is one we can hold on to, knowing that God will never leave us halfway through the process. He is a God of completion, and everything He begins, He will bring to fulfillment. As we trust in His work in our lives, we can have confidence that He will carry us through every challenge and bring us into the fullness of His promises. When we encounter struggles, it is not a sign that He has abandoned us. Rather, it is a sign that He is actively working to bring about His purpose. We must also remember that God's work in our lives isn't just about us. It's about the impact He wants to make through us, The trials we face and the victories we experience are not just for our personal growth, but are meant to be a testimony to others. Our lives are meant to reflect His glory, and the work He does in us is meant to be a beacon of hope to those around us. As God works in our lives, we become vessels of His love, grace, and power. We are called to share the story of His faithfulness, to speak of His goodness, and to be a living testimony of His transformative power. Trusting in God's work means trusting in His ability to do what He says He will do. It means believing that His promises are true, even when we cannot see the end result. It means surrendering our will to His and allowing Him to work in us and through us. It means being patient, waiting on His perfect timing, and believing that He is always moving in our lives, even when we don't see it. As we come to the end of this message, it's important to remember the truth that has been shared. God is working on your behalf. In every season, through every trial and triumph, God's hand is at work, orchestrating a plan that is beyond your comprehension. His ways are higher than our ways, and His timing is perfect. Even when you don't see immediate results, know that He is preparing something greater for you. You are not alone in this journey. God is with you every step of the way, shaping, refining, and guiding you toward His perfect will. Trust in His process, trust in His timing, and trust in His promises. When life seems uncertain, keep your faith strong and hold on to the truth that God is always at work in your life. So hold fast to the belief that God is working on your behalf. Let this truth be a source of hope, strength, and encouragement. Trust that the best is yet to come, and as He completes the work He started in you, you will become a living testimony of His power, love, and faithfulness. Keep walking by faith, knowing that God's perfect plan is unfolding before you. There comes a time in every life when we stand on the edge of a vast divide between what we desire and what seems possible. Logic, reason, and the world around us all tell us that what we want cannot be. The mind, conditioned by years of limitations, tries to persuade us that it's unrealistic, unattainable, or too far out of reach. Yet deep within, there is a voice that whispers of possibilities beyond what the eye can see. That voice, however faint, speaks of a reality that only the heart knows. But how do you hold on to a dream when everything outside of you denies it? How do you nurture faith when reason, facts, and evidence stand against you? It is in these moments of contradiction, when what we see and experience appears to defy what we deeply wish to manifest, that the true power of belief comes alive. It is not the easy belief that comes when everything aligns. It is the unwavering conviction that you must cultivate when everything seems to fall apart. Today I will take you on a journey into the heart of belief, where the power lies not in what is seen, but in what is felt. The outer world may deny your desire, but your inner world has the ability to reshape it entirely. Let us explore the art of holding fast to that vision, even when reason argues otherwise. When the outside says no, let your inner world echo with a louder, stronger yes. This is the power that shapes destinies. Living in the feeling of the wish fulfilled is a concept that requires more than just understanding. It demands practice, patience, and unwavering faith. It is not simply imagining that you have achieved your desire, but actually living as if you have already attained it, embodying the emotions and sensations of your fulfilled dream. To truly grasp this idea, you must realize that it goes beyond mere visualization. It is about entering a state of being where your desired outcome feels as real to you as your current reality. The challenge for most people is bridging the gap between the life they are living and the life they want to create. The external world provides evidence that often contradicts the desires of the heart. We see the lack, we experience the frustrations, and we feel the distance between where we are and where we wish to be. But this gap is only as real as we allow it to be. The power lies within you to blur the lines between your present and your desired future by immersing yourself fully in the feeling of already having what you seek. Imagine for a moment that your greatest desire has been fulfilled. How would you feel? What would your day look like? How would you interact with the world? The answers to these questions are not abstract. They are the foundation upon which you build your new reality. To live in the feeling of the wish fulfilled is to embody those emotions and behaviors right now, regardless of what your current circumstances show you. This practice is not about ignoring reality or pretending that difficulties don't exist. Rather, it's about choosing to prioritize your inner state over the external conditions. When you make the conscious decision to align your thoughts and feelings with the outcome you desire, you begin to shift the energy around you. The world reflects back to you what you believe, not what is currently happening. Your belief becomes the lens through which reality unfolds. This is not an easy practice. It requires consistency and a deep sense of trust in the unseen. The logical mind, trained to rely on facts and evidence, will resist this process. It will argue that you cannot live in a state of abundance when your bank account shows otherwise, or that you cannot feel love when your relationships are strained. But this is where the true power of living in the feeling of the wish fulfilled comes in. You must learn to override those thoughts and emotions that contradict your desired state and instead dwell in the certainty that your wish is already a reality. One of the most effective ways to begin this process is through the use of imagination. Imagination is the bridge between the seen and the unseen. It allows you to explore possibilities that are not yet visible to the naked eye. By vividly imagining yourself in the life you desire, you are not simply daydreaming, you are actively creating a new reality. The subconscious mind does not differentiate between what is real and what is imagined. It accepts whatever you consistently feed it. This is why the practice of living in the feeling of the wish fulfilled is so powerful, because when done consistently, it reprograms your subconscious mind to align with your desired outcome. Take time each day to immerse yourself in the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and imagine yourself already living the life you want. Feel the emotions of success, happiness, love, or abundance. Let those feelings wash over you as if they were already present. The key is not just to visualize the details, but to connect emotionally with the experience. Your emotions are the fuel that drives manifestation. When you can feel the joy, peace, or fulfillment of your desired outcome as if it were already true, you are aligning yourself with that reality. There will be times when doubt creeps in, and you may find yourself pulled back into the old patterns of thinking and feeling. This is normal. It is part of the process. The key is to recognize when this happens and gently guide yourself back into the state of fulfillment. Each time you do this, you strengthen your ability to maintain the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Over time, it will become easier, and you will notice that your external reality begins to shift in subtle yet powerful ways. Living in the feeling of the wish fulfilled also requires a level of detachment. This does not mean that you stop caring about your desires, but rather that you release the need to control how and when they will manifest. When you are deeply immersed in the feeling of already having what you desire, you no longer feel the urgency or desperation that often accompanies unfulfilled wishes. You trust that what you seek is already yours, and that it will come to you in the perfect time and way. This detachment allows you to remain calm and centered, even when the outer world does not immediately reflect your inner state. It is important to remember that the outer world is always a reflection of your inner world. If you are constantly focused on what is missing, on the lack or the struggle, that is what will continue to show up in your life. But when you shift your focus to the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you are sending a powerful signal to the universe that this is your new reality. The more you live in this state, the more the world will conform to match it. Another crucial aspect of this practice is persistence. Manifestation is not an overnight process. It takes time for the outer world to catch up to the inner shift. There may be moments when it feels like nothing is happening, and the temptation to give up will be strong. But this is where persistence comes in. You must continue to live in the feeling of your wish fulfilled, even when the evidence suggests otherwise. This unwavering belief is what eventually brings the manifestation into form. Living in the feeling of the wish fulfilled is a transformative practice. It challenges you to step beyond the limitations of logic and reason and into the realm of infinite possibilities. It requires you to cultivate a deep sense of trust in your own power to create reality. But once you master this art, you will find that life unfolds in ways you never thought possible. The world will reflect back to you the truth of your inner state, and you will experience the joy and fulfillment of living the life you once only dreamed of. The power of inner conviction is the foundation upon which all manifestations rest. It is the unwavering belief that what you desire is not only possible but inevitable, regardless of the external circumstances or the opinions of others. Inner conviction is more than just positive thinking or hope. It is a deep, rooted certainty that transcends doubt and fear. It is the inner knowing that your desires are already yours and that the universe is merely catching up to your belief. At its core, inner conviction is a state of mind where your belief in your desired outcome becomes so strong that it overrides any external evidence to the contrary. This conviction comes from a place deep within, where your true power resides. It is the force that propels you forward, even when everything around you seems to contradict your desires. When you cultivate inner conviction, you tap into a well of strength that allows you to persist through obstacles, setbacks, and delays. The challenge for many people is that they base their beliefs on what they can see and experience in the physical world. They allow their circumstances to dictate their level of faith in their desires. If things aren't going well, they lose hope. If they face obstacles, they begin to doubt whether their dreams are possible. This is where the power of inner conviction becomes crucial. It requires you to shift your focus from the external world to your internal world, to place more value on your belief in the unseen than on the evidence of the seen. Inner conviction is not something that comes overnight. It is a practice, a skill that must be cultivated and nurtured over time. It begins with a decision to believe in yourself and your desires no matter what. This decision must be firm and unwavering, because the external world will often challenge your conviction. There will be moments when things don't seem to be working out, when progress seems slow or non-existent. And it's during these times that your inner conviction will be tested. But this is also when your conviction has the power to grow stronger. The secret to developing inner conviction lies in the understanding that reality is not fixed. The world around you is constantly in a state of flux, responding to your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs. What appears as solid and unchangeable is, in fact, malleable and subject to your inner state. When you hold a firm conviction that your desires are already on their way to you, the universe begins to reorganize itself to align with your belief. Circumstances, events, and people will start to shift in ways that bring your desire closer to you. But how do you cultivate this powerful inner conviction? The first step is to become aware of your current beliefs and thought patterns. Are they aligned with what you desire, or are they focused on what you lack? If your thoughts are filled with doubt, fear, or uncertainty, it's important to recognize that these are not reflective of reality. They are simply reflections of past conditioning. The beauty of inner conviction is that it allows you to rewrite these old patterns and replace them with new, empowering beliefs. Once you've identified any limiting beliefs, the next step is to consciously choose new ones. You must begin to tell yourself a new story, one where your desires are not only possible but already on their way to you. This isn't about pretending or forcing yourself to believe something you don't. It's about gently and consistently reinforcing the idea that you are worthy of your desires and that they are attainable. This is where the practice of visualization and affirmation comes into play. When you visualize your desired outcome, you are not just imagining it, you are creating it in the realm of the unseen. The more vividly you can imagine yourself living in the reality of your fulfilled desire, the stronger your conviction will become. Visualization allows you to experience the emotions, sensations, and joy of having what you want, even before it physically manifests. This emotional connection strengthens your inner conviction, because your mind begins to accept the reality of your desire as true. Affirmations are another powerful tool for building inner conviction. By repeatedly affirming that your desires are on their way, you are reprogramming your subconscious mind to accept this as your new reality. It's important that these affirmations are not just empty words, but statements that you deeply believe. Even if you don't fully believe them at first, with time and repetition, they will begin to take root in your mind and become a part of your belief system. Another key aspect of cultivating inner conviction is learning to detach from the how. One of the biggest obstacles to strong conviction is the tendency to obsess over how your desire will manifest. The mind wants to figure out every step, every detail, and every possible outcome. But this need for control can actually weaken your conviction, because it places the focus on doubt and uncertainty. When you are constantly trying to figure out the how, you are essentially telling yourself that you don't trust the process. To cultivate strong inner conviction, you must learn to let go of the need to control the details. Trust that the universe or the larger forces at play will handle the how. Your only job is to hold the vision of your desire, to live in the feeling of your wish fulfilled, and to trust that the path will reveal itself. This doesn't mean that you sit back and do nothing. It means that you take inspired action when it feels right. But you don't force or manipulate the process. One of the greatest gifts of inner conviction is the sense of peace it brings. When you truly believe in the inevitability of your desires, you no longer feel the need to worry, rush, or struggle. You know that what you seek is already yours, and this allows you to relax into the process. You stop trying to control every aspect of your journey, and instead you allow things to unfold naturally. This state of calm and trust is not only more enjoyable but also more powerful, because it aligns you with the flow of the universe. The power of inner conviction lies in its ability to transform both your inner and outer world. When you hold firm in your belief, when you refuse to be swayed by circumstances or appearances, you become a powerful creator of your own reality. The world will bend to match your inner state, and what once seemed impossible will become inevitable. The key is to believe so deeply, so fully, that nothing can shake your conviction, not even reason, logic, or the doubts of others. This is the true power of inner conviction, and it is available to anyone who is willing to claim it. Mastering the art of imagination is a powerful key to unlocking the life you desire. Imagination is not just a tool for daydreaming or escaping reality. It is the creative force behind everything that manifests in your world. Every great achievement, every invention, every work of art, and every fulfilled desire begins with imagination. When you learn to consciously direct this inner power, you hold the ability to transform your circumstances, reshape your life, and bring your desires into physical form. Imagination is the bridge between the seen and the unseen, the gateway through which you access infinite possibilities. It is where all creation starts. Most people use their imagination unconsciously, letting it be guided by past experiences, fears, and limiting beliefs. But when you master the art of imagination, you take control of this creative faculty, using it to mold your future rather than being shaped by your past. To truly understand the power of imagination, you must first realize that it is not limited by your current circumstances or the physical world. Imagination allows you to step beyond the boundaries of what seems possible and explore new realities. Through imagination, you can access experiences, emotions, and states of being that have not yet manifested in the material world. This is important because the mind does not distinguish between real experiences and imagined ones. To your subconscious, what you vividly imagine is just as real as what you perceive with your senses. The key to mastering